Don't be shy, come out here, please.
Make them get up. Hey, just one second.
Yeah, yeah.
I've got to come on here.
Can we just stand by that? All 16? I just want to take a photo.
Everyone's going to stand around at 20 grand, are they? Wash your hair.
Take it side by side.
Anywhere, just on your lines, I can see you. Just around, all that side to that side. From that side to that side. You go on that. Come on, boys, come on. It's just like that. All right, guys. I'll take another one. That's the hang over, Joel. All right, now, Pano, we will do the draw.
All right. All right, boys, the way it's going to work is I've got our list of our 8 from the winner side and our 8 from the loser side. So one at a time, I'm going to call up first the 8 from the winner side. They're going to draw a number from this bucket. So all the odd numbers are in here, 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, 11, 13 and 15. All the even numbers are in here, which is what the loser side runners will draw. That will ensure that the winner side guy will play the loser side guy to start with. It's not a random draw, so it will follow the draw bracket from here, and it's race to 11 for the rest of the day. So, race to 11, yeah?
Was 8 last year.
Was it?
For the first
Oh, we can do it.
No, I think we're further away. Do 21. Yeah, I'll take it. Makes more money. That's right.
I used to hate Barrow.
That's why we go on there.
Way too late.
You want to ring up Nathan Appleton? Well, last year was race to 8. It was.
You did say?
Yeah, it was the whole way through.
Alright.
Suck
Just
it.
check it.
You could have kept us a bit longer, Joel.
People what it was, I just thought it was that last year.
No, 100% was 8. Yeah. Okay. 8 or 8.
So it was the one that
Right.
Take the whole way from that.
Race to 8, whole way.
That's my bad. Alright.
Charlie, go up me properly, man.
So the first one to pick a number, please, Alex Alvarez. Number 7. George Samoya.
Great man.
Number 3. Thomas O'Keefe. Number 1.
What number?
Number 1. Dylan Munderwall. Number 11. Mitch Adams. Number 9. Dale Gifford. Number 13.
What number?
Number 13. Owen. Owen Army.
Yep.
Number 5.
Raymond. What would it be?
15 for Raymond. Alright, and our other side, Stuart Williams. Number 8. 8. Scott Healy.
Yeah,
2. David Callaghan. Number 12. Stephen Surgeon. 4. Scott Fraser. Six. Yeah. David Schneider. Number 16. Brayden. So number 10. There's one number. For Archie. No, not 14. All right. So our last 16 draw, in no particular order, Tom O'Keefe and Scott Healy, George Zamoya and Sitcho, Olin Omani and Scott Fraser, Alex Alabakis and Stuart Williams, Mitch Adams and Braden Hale, Dylan Vanderwall and Dave Callagher, Dale Gifford and Archie, Raymond Dunn and Dave Schneider. So we'll kick off in the next 10 minutes. We'll just get full stats sorted and allocate some tables.
Thanks, guys. Good luck, boys. Good luck. More luck from me, I hope. Thanks, Dal. Can you do all of them?
Joel's already done it.
Yo! Mia!
Alright guys, I'm just about to hit send on the text messages. So on table 1, George and Stitcho. On table 2, Dylan and David. Table 3, Tom and Scott Healy. Table 4, Olin and Scott Fraser. Table 6, Alex and Stuart Williams. Table 8, Mitch Adams and Braden Hale. Table 9, Dale Gifford and Archie. Table 10, Raymond and Dave Schneider. Is there any volunteers in the room that are happy to do some timing? Be lovely. Again, we're just chasing some volunteers for timing. If you're sitting there doing nothing, you go with the time.
You want to start, Pato?
Guys, just a reminder one more time, we are playing to a 45-second shot clock, so we're not going to be timing every game, but if the players can please be wary, we are playing to a 45-second shot clock, and if the match is lagging, we will come over in time. So please don't kick up if the match is 2-2 after an hour and someone's sitting there timing, we are going to jump on that. So please, 45-second shot clock. Respect your opponent in the tournament. Just stick to that 45 seconds, please.
You are watching the round of 16 Slate Intermediate Championship, and today's matches are Dylan Vandervoort versus David Kelleher on table 2, and on table 1 we've got George Zamaya versus Stephen Sirichuk. This is the last 16. Each match is raced to 8. And I believe they've already started on table 2. Stephen is on the reds. It's a nice shot there by Stephen. And here's Mr. Pot. It's an open table. George is playing for the yellows. That's a nice opening shot there by George. Is that Dylan or is that David? there by George.
Yeah, that's fine. Just 8 to 8, you mean? Just stop when one person gets to 8, yeah? Guys, pull start does still say race to 11, just ignore that. When it gets to 8, you can manually close it. Yeah,
So if you've
it's a race to 8.
if you've been following Poolsat all weekend, on Poolsat it does say these matches are race to 11, but the players are actually playing race to 8. It's a nice shot there by Stephen. I think he's looking good here. So David is looking quite good on table 2. Another nice shot there by Stephen. Nice shot there by Stephen. All he needs to do is just roll this red in, and he'll have automatic position for the black to the left centre. Doesn't really need to do too much with the white ball. That's a nice shot. So Stephen looking quite settled. He's been playing really good pool all weekend to take a 1 frame lead.
Yes, Stevie.
Nice shot there by Stephen. So Stephen leads 1 frame to 0, which is a race to 8. And I think David's just played a contained shot there. I don't think Dylan is snookered on the black. So he'll need to be careful he doesn't play directly onto the black and go in off to the top right. I think in these situations it's probably worth just getting the black out of there. Yeah, it's a nice shot there by Dylan. Stephen to break, leading 1 frame to 0. That's a nice break there by Stephen. And the reds look absolutely plumb. Nice shot there by David. He has snookered Dylan. Dylan's on the black. Saves electric play for the reds. Dylan, nice shot there. So he has kind of put the black in a tricky position. So he can probably expect to get another snooker fairly soon. And that's a nice shot there by David. And it's a little bit unlucky there by Stephen on table 1. The blacks rolled near the red there. He may elect to play that red near the black. There might be a possible double on. No, he's playing the red to the top left. That's a good try there by Stephen. And that's a miss there by Dylan. So that is a foul. And David Gallagher has ball in hand. So we're back with George. good opportunity here. The yellows are nicely spread out. Needs a couple of good pots here. And that's a nice shot there by George. In great position here. And that's a nice shot there by George. It's really important earlier on that he pots a few balls, settles into the game. It is a race to 8. And that's okay. He's missed the pot though. There's not too much damage done there. Back on table 2, Dylan seems to be snookered again. Really tricky one to get out of this one. He's playing check side, and that's a foul. So David will have ball in hand. Oh, that's a great pot there by George. That is a cracking pot. George Zamaya, not afraid to have a go. Doesn't mind smashing the odd ball here and there. So back with David. He's looking really good here. I don't see it. Absolutely any issues here. Seems to control the white. And that's a little unlucky there by George. He's rolled up to the yellow. Needs to be careful here that he doesn't play a push shot or a double hit. Needs to play away from the yellow, unless the white ball is touching. And that's unfortunate there, that's in off. As Stephen has ball in hand, and once again, that's a great pot there by George. Back on the table, David is looking good here. Stephen is also looking good on table 2. And that's a nice shot there by Stephen. And there's a nice shot there by David as well. For the first frame, David takes the first frame and leads 1 frame to 0 against Dylan Wonderwall. And Stephen, nice pot there. Takes the second frame and leads 2 frames to 0 against George Zamaya. So current matches that are currently being played, we have Tom O'Keefe versus Scott Healy. It is 0-0. Alan Mahoney versus Scott Fraser. It is 0-0. Alex Olivakis versus Stuart Wiggins. It is 0-0. Mitch Adams versus Braden Hale. Mitch Adams leads 1 frame to 0. We also have David Guilford versus Archie Hardcore. It is 0-0. And the final match is Raymond Dunn versus David Schneider. Raymond Dunn leads 1 frame to 0. George for the break. And George has gone in off. And that's a huge break there for George. He'd be disappointed with that break. He's potted 3 reds and 1 yellow. So that's a huge break, and I'd assume that Stephen will play the reds. No, looks like he's going for the yellows. good shot there by Stephen. In good position. Ball is fairly open. Not much traffic to contend with. I think this is a key shot. And that's okay. Stephen, and that's okay. That's a good shot there by Stephen. He has a couple of options here. He could play the yellow to the bottom right, or the yellow to the bottom left. He's elected to play the yellow to the bottom right. And that's a nice shot there. Once again, a couple of good options here. He could play the yellow to the bottom left, and then possibly play the final yellow to the right centre. And that's a good shot there by Stephen. Stephen looks to be quite settled in this match. Seems to be cueing the ball quite well. So I'd expect him to pop this yellow and get prime position on the black. Nice shot there. Today's streaming is proudly brought to you by CueballTV. My name is Stan Yakovakis, and I'll be taking you through these first two matches. Nice shooting there by Stephen. Takes a 3 frames to lead 0. So Dylan's on the reds here. He has a couple of options here. He could try to possibly plot a few balls and maybe eventually lay a snooker. I don't think he's going to push out the boat and go for the frame. So he's electing to play safe, and that's an attempted snooker. But David does have a couple of options here. He may choose to roll the yellow to the bottom left. And that's a nice shot there by David. I think he's in good position here. He does have a yellow to the bottom right. Could elect to follow through and play the next yellow into the same pocket. And that's a great shot there by David. Good position here. Doesn't need to do too much with the white ball.
What happened? George is saying the balls there's a red and the yellow were close together. And
Oh, you should have nominated.
yeah, can we just have a look?
Okay, so we're going to table 2.
Can't remember it.
We're just checking something here with the tournament referee. So we'll just focus with David. A nice shot there by David.
I'll just call traffic.
And David, this black for the second frame. And it's a nice pot there by David. David Kelleher leads 2 frames to 0 versus Dylan on the wall.
Is that a foul then? Because it's pretty close together. Interpretation.
I personally think that's pretty obvious. But you're right though, it's interpretation. Stephen a few minutes ago played a shot where the red, it was open table and the yellow and the red were close together, and George is disputing whether Stephen should have nominated a ball. Now in my opinion it's quite obvious he's playing the yellow, but the rules kind of do state if there's no obvious shot here, the player does need to nominate. So he's clearly hit the yellow first, and in my opinion he was playing for the pot, as the red had no other pocket to go in, I guess.
Just, can you make this? I don't want to call it this, so.
Alright, so we've got tournament referee here, Stephen
So it's
Tran.
open table. George has broken. Should have been nominated.
What was he playing for? He hit the yellow first.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So George is questioning, should he have nominated?
He should.
Is it a foul because he hasn't?
he should, but you clearly can see he's playing.
That's all right.
He's not going to hit the red.
Can you tell him that?
Yeah. Okay, so my understanding is, and the tournament directors and referees agree, that it's fairly obvious that he's playing for the pot to the left centre on the yellow. So I don't think it's a foul. The tournament director and referees don't think it's a foul. So it's just a matter of convincing the opposing player, George Samaya.
What happens if I didn't? You have to turn over there. No. Let's do it. You have to turn over.
So I think the tournament director and tournament referee, they've made a good call. So Stephen is on the yellow. Play resumes. And that's a turnover shot there by David. Nice shot there. Now George needs to really focus on this frame and kind of leave that controversy behind, because he is 3-0 down. So he needs to really focus on the next few balls, make sure he finishes strong and possibly wins this frame to get back into the match. George is he's been around for quite a few years. I've personally known him for around 35 years. We've basically grown up together. He's quite experienced.
The way I
So
would ask yourself, did you think he was playing the red?
Yeah.
You know, did you think he was playing the red or the yellow? If you thought he was playing the red, well, maybe then you consider it, you know what I mean? Like, if you thought he was playing the yellow and he's playing the yellow.
that's a nice pot there. George has gone in off. And I think George is in a little bit of trouble here. Stephen has got a great opportunity here to pinch the 4th frame. And back on the other table, David is on the reds. He has one dead ball on the left rail.
Oh yeah, no doubt, yeah.
He will need to do something about that ball. I don't know how he's going to get it out. He could possibly land on it to play down to the bottom left, or he could elect to play the double. And that's a nice shot there by David. I think he's on the bottom right. If he's not on the bottom right, then doesn't seem to be on the bottom right. So yeah, David's a little stiff there. So I think he's still looking at it. I think he still thinks, he thinks that he might be able to pot it. Oh no, he's fouled. So yeah, he's fouled. He's given ball in hand to Dylan Bunderwall. So Dylan's got a great opportunity here to get back into the match and possibly take the third frame. Now back on the other table, Stephen needs a good pot here. Possibly could be running into the red, and that's a nice shot there by Stephen. He's left himself a fairly straightforward finish here. So the yellow to the top left. G'day mate. And I'm about to be joined by legendary commentator Jamie Stevens. You got enough room there, Jamie?
Yeah, mate, all good.
For all those that didn't make the last 16, the blocks will be open at 11 o'clock. So come and see Steve at 11 to populate the block.
Sweet, I didn't make the 16, so I'll be entering that.
And that's a nice shot there by Dylan.
How's things going so far, Stan?
Pretty good. Stephen has taken a 4 frames to lead 0,
Jesus.
a lead over George the Mayor. And David is also playing quite well. He's leading 2 frames to 0. It is a race to 8.
Yeah, I watched the end of David's match last night. I can't remember who he played, but I thought he was pretty solid. You know, he was under pressure multiple times with the black over the pocket and had to, make a 4 or 5 ball clearance. And although the balls were there, you still have to get them, and he held his nerve well.
Well, I'm happy to say that David is playing very well this morning. And is
You
looking
bought him the
quite good.
Calcutta by the sounds of it.
No, I haven't bought anybody in the Calcutta this year.
Oh, it's a poor shot there from Dylan, and shows his frustration. George is an interesting one. He's either on or he's not. His style is unparalleled to anybody in this world.
I totally agree with those comments.
But Stephen played pretty well yesterday from what I saw. Pretty much with George, it's all or nothing. He just takes on insane shots. Sometimes they come off, sometimes they don't. Like this skill shot he's playing here is actually really difficult because it's not right over the pocket, but he's played it fantastically.
A nice shot there by George.
Even this shot down the rail, if he chooses to take it now, he needs to play with confidence just to stun the white out a little bit so he's not hampered by the red. And should he choose to leave it till last, he may find himself in a few problems.
Man, that's a bad miss there by George.
And meanwhile, David's not landed plumb on this black either. So Dylan might get a reprieve, just depending on whether he's ambitious and takes this double on or whether he chooses to play a more safer shot.
I think he'll play the fine cut. I think he's
He'll
doing
try and
quite
cut it to
well.
the corner.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, actually, looking at the table itself, it's not as bad as it looks on camera.
The white ball will be travelling.
He's played it well, but he's got in off.
Got in off. That's unfortunate.
That's
there by
actually
George.
massive. That's massive for Dylan, because I think his head was just starting to drop. I think if I was going to criticise Dylan at all, I think it would probably be his temperament. But he'll be happy with a reprieve there. So George, this is the sort of shot that George just gets down and just smashes in, and you just sit there scratching your head, wondering how it happened.
Slightly hampered cueing.
And so what I mean, he just absolutely threw everything at that. There was nothing left to chance, and this is what I'm saying, that it's either working or it's not.
Yeah, unfortunately today, this morning, things are not working quite well for him.
Yeah, just some comments from Paddy on the sidelines, because he obviously plays here all the time. They will go down the rail at a nice pace, fairly comfortably. As soon as you start punching them, jaws can be a little unforgiving. And obviously Stephen is local to the venue as well, so should be pretty comfortable with the environment and the tables.
Timekeeper to table 6.
So 30, like after 30.
That's a good shot.
Nice.
He's actually got a really horrible result, but he may choose here to, depending if he looks very, very straight on this red that he's on. If he just had a little bit of angle, he could just drift to the bottom rail and play a little stun shot on the red and just hold behind the black. But
To play the snooker.
yeah, I don't think committing here is really the best choice. I don't mind potting this as long as you can get the snooker on the red. If you're going to pot this and land short, you're going to get yourself in all sorts of trouble here.
Just needs to make sure of the pot though.
I mean, he's got so much. See, I don't think that's. Yeah, I think that's
No,
actually
he's missed
okay
the pot.
because this black is in all sorts of trouble.
Do you think he was trying to pot it?
I think he was,
Yeah.
but having said that, though, maybe not, because look what he's left himself. He didn't commit to it, so maybe it actually. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt and say that he tried to put over the pocket. George has got to bring this yellow into play now on top cushion.
He might be electing to play the fine cut to the top right.
If he plays a fine cut, he's a maniac, but he is a maniac, so. But no, this is the right shot.
No,
He just
he's
underhit
running
it.
down the yellow.
Actually, that's not bad. He's
Yeah.
found a good line there. The red is on. Tom's decided he wants to play a shot at that particular spot on the table. I must say, I had a look at the last 16, and some of the names in there I honestly have never heard of. No disrespect to them.
Same here.
And a lot of players that you would think may have gone a little deeper just out really quickly, so just shows how tough this comp is.
Certainly is.
So this is, I think George, he's almost needs to pot this and land with an angle to the same pocket on the yellow to try and come off cushion and flick the black off the rail, but you watch this, he's going to do something insane here. He's either going to play it in the middle and do deep screw off the side rail, or he's going to play it up the top and play for the cannon off the left side rail, which is a much more difficult shot, but here we go, big deep screw shot coming up.
Something is bound to happen here.
Oh, he's actually played it. What the heck? That is the softest drawback
Yeah,
I've ever seen George play in his life. He clearly thinks that this double in the middle is easy. Could play. The turnover's a little tricky because I think the double kiss on the red will actually promote it.
No,
He's going top corner left, is he?
no.
Oh, he's tried to play the turnover. You know
Yeah,
what? I
that's-
don't mind that thinking. But I just think he's tried to. He hasn't really given himself a good chance to win the frame there.
That's right.
Meanwhile, Dylan potting balls as well, and I don't think he should be. Although, having said that, if he gets up towards the blue spot on this, he will have an angle on the yellow to kick the black out. This is not bad. This is pretty good. Just needs to make sure he doesn't catch this red full ball off the rail. He wants to catch it half ball, and that'll just flick the black out. The white will also come out, but not too hard.
Needs to avoid the snooker.
See how he's
And-
caught it full, and he's
and
snooking
he's
himself
snookered.
behind it. Yep.
That's right.
If he catches it half ball on the left side, he's pretty good.
I think the angle is there to possibly play off the cushion, play the black to the top left. Needs to avoid the in-off though.
If he gets the contact to top left, he won't go in off, but that's obviously it's a tough shot.
Training is now taking names for blocks for anybody who wants to come and see training.
Training, I'm in, thanks, buddy.
He played your shot, Stan.
And where's the black going?
Oh
and
my
he's
God.
spotted the black. That's a great
That's-
result there by
that is
Dylan.
Absolutely ridiculous.
Oh, what a shot.
So yeah, exactly. He could have been 3-0 down, barring that in off on the black, and now he's just fluked the black out of the snooker, and he's 2-all. That's massive.
Wow, what a shot.
And Steve Surikic. I don't even know how you pronounce his surname. Has he got a nickname?
He does.
What's his nickname?
STIP.
Stippo, isn't it?
Stipcho.
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 We're going to go with Stipcho because it's
Great
easy to
shot
say
here
than
by
his
Dylan.
surname.
Great shot here by Dylan.
And I'll tell you what,
He really needed this one.
what's Stippo's heritage? What's his Ukrainian? So he's sporting that beard. He you know what he looks like to me? He just looks like an MMA fighter. But today he's a pool player. And he's making a good account of himself out there, 5-0.
He's got a bit of raw, hasn't he?
Yeah, it's got a lot of raw now, so that's exactly who I was thinking of.
Nice break there by Stippo.
And maybe a younger, slightly larger Fedor Emelianenko. Possibly the greatest of all time. Anyway, back to the pool. And Stippo's, he's got this yellow bottom right, which is his only problem ball. Needs to deal with it. Is that Trainy's phone?
Can you end? Can you end?
On mute.
Okay. I'm just going to step away for a few minutes. I'll leave it with Jamie Stevens. I'll be back.
But Dylan here, once again, a good opportunity here to run out. Obviously, it's not a simple pattern. But if he gets nice and neat, so pop the one over the pocket next. I don't like that angle, but now he's got to swing the white ball around off 2 rails with quite a bit of right hand side, but he wants to stun it a little bit because he wants to avoid that red that's just above the yellow. If you can get pretty straight, he can also play for the, if it doesn't turn out, he's got the, yeah, this is pretty good. This is pretty good. He's just fallen a little short, but he's got the up and down now. Just needs a lot more care now because he really wanted to be fairly straight on this so he could have choices of either playing the yellow next to the black or if he had the right angle to stun for the ball to the left middle. Now he's got to play a delicate little soft stun and try and land on this yellow to the middle to stun across for the final yellow. So can play it the other way as well.
He might be running into the black here.
That's why I would be he's gone that ball.
Yeah, I thought he was playing to the right centre as well.
Yeah, absolutely. But I would have stunned it. I wouldn't have allowed. I wouldn't want any contact on any ball there with the white. You want to be more, fairly precise with the shot. And Dave as well. He's got a pretty good opportunity here.
Yeah, these balls don't look too bad.
Normally, I'd say get rid of your rail ball as soon as possible, but it's a very nice link to the black, so probably would leave it till last. And you've got a simple link to that ball with multiple balls over the middle pocket. So playing up here now for this one on the top left. It just needs to navigate this shot correctly. It does may pot the ball to the middle first, and then he's got a little stun shot to play the ball to the left of those two that are together to the top left. Then he can transition across this ball that I just spoke about. And then he's got the ball in the middle to transition to his last ball. But he's opted to play this. Now I think you just need to be very neat here. The stun shots have to be very, very precise because you don't want angles now.
I think he's landed quite straight. I think he should be fine.
I think he's got a little bit of angle. If he doesn't like the stun, he can probably just run through and play rail, and he'll land pretty straight on this red that's more to the left of the pocket. He stunned it.
It's a nice shot there by David.
Yeah, and just a little run through now, and he can see that he just walked around to check the line that he wants to just float through to the cushion. And obviously he doesn't want to be right on the cushion when he plays his final red, just off a little bit so the white ball just drifts off the cushion a bit. I reckon he's actually gone a little far there to be optimal, because ideally you want to be playing this where the white ball's between yellow and black. Now he's going to be high of the pocket. Oh no, he's okay. And this is what I mean. So now he's got to play sort of like a little stun shot, whereas if he had had the white ball off the rail to the left, he could have just dropped it in. Same result. Just got to cue this well.
Tricky little shot here.
Don't have to overhit this. Just give it. Yep, lovely.
Yeah, nice shot there by David.
He's making a good account of himself here, David. I think he's playing quite well. I think he's had a little bit of bad fortune the past couple of frames, although the in-off on the black, we won't call bad fortune because obviously he put himself in that position for that to happen. Had he have been neater on his position on the black, that wouldn't have occurred. So, but the fluke out of the snooker, a bit out of his control. And once again, the Maniac making a clearance that's not really there by a standard means.
There's a little bit of
this
pressure
double is going to get absolutely smashed. 600 million miles an hour.
A little bit of pressure here on George to make this black. Oh, that's a great
He
shot
never
there by
misses
George.
them, ever.
Nice shot there by George.
You're
Really
better off
important
giving
frame.
him that than a straight pot.
That's Stephen Stippo leading 5 frames to 1 against
Alright.
George Zelaya.
We'll give you guys a score update. Tom O'Keefe is leading Scott Healy 2-1. Obviously, this one you can see on screen 5-1. Olan O'Mahony is trailing Scott Fraser 2-0. Alex Alabarkis is trailing Stuart Williams 3-0. Mitch Adams is leading Braden Hale, 3-1. This one on screen, David and Dylan, you can see it's 2-all. Dale, Gifford and Archie are 2-all, and the scores have just disappeared. And Raymond Dunn and Dave Schneider, I didn't quite catch that. Paddy Hood has just deleted the scores and we're starting again apparently.
Okay, I can provide some inside information here on Olan Mahoney, who's playing Scott Fraser. Now, Olan is good friends with Nathan Appleton, who was last year's winner. Now, the tricky part here is they're really good friends, though Nathan Appleton has purchased a share on Scott Fraser in the Calcutta.
Right.
So it's a little bit tricky here.
Who do you think he's going for?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, he won 20 grand last year. He doesn't need that much more money.
Yeah, that's right.
And Raymond Dunn, my pick to win this tournament from day one. As soon as I saw his name in the draw, I personally think he may have slipped into the draw under the radar. 3-1 up on Dave Schneider, who yesterday you may have remembered if you were listening to commentary, I said to keep an eye on because he's a handy little pocket rocket of a player. But I think he may have his hands full with Raymond. And Dylan looks like he's got a little bit more flow. It's a good clearance so far.
And nice positional shot there by Dylan. Could elect to play the black to the top right, most likely to the right centre.
Only George Zamoy would play that to the top right, mate. And a lot of guys have hyped up Dylan to win this comp in SA. And fair call. He's definitely a contender.
Is Dylan from South Australia, is he?
He is, yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Usually his old man's on stream having a watch. And I kept calling him his old man's name yesterday, or on Friday. George has fallen out of position here. But knowing him, will just smash this double in the middle, screw off the back rail, and just land perfect on the other yellow. Just chose not to line that one up.
Oh, hold on.
And just promote it over the other centre.
Oh, that's not a bad result for George.
George would probably love it. I'm commentating. He knows that he actually does my head in watching him play. When I play against him, I'm literally scared of the bloke. You just never know what I'm going to get out of him. Just when you think you've got him in all sorts of trouble, he just smashes in some double. I've got Brett and Collier calling me on the phone, but obviously I'm commentating, so I can't answer the call.
Take the call.
So, Brenton, if you've got something to say, mate, just chuck it in the chat. And cheers, Gino. Good to be back, mate. George, decent chance here.
Gary Robertson in the chat. George is just potting balls, no thoughts process whatsoever.
That's the way he plays, Gary.
Yeah, that's kind of his natural game.
He doesn't have no thoughts whatsoever. He just loves to pop balls, and he loves to play aggressively. He likes to cue the ball quite heavily. But you can see that shot there. He's deliberately played to play on this cut, so he's not completely brainless. So we give him some credit. Now, whether he chooses to cut this or play the George Moyer special, which is in the bottom left corner,
he'll play the cut.
I think you have to play the cut here, and I'd play it with just a touch of running side, just to make sure that these reds are completely out of play. You don't want to be flicking one and landing behind him and snooking yourself. He's gone the double. Because the double to George is about 18 times easier than a cut down the rail to a ball over the pocket. But you know what, to be fair, he's got a lot of control here, even in this rule set. And a turnover here is not really there, is it? Unless he plays the one on the left-hand side of the rail and gets to the right side cushion and uses the black as a blocker. And even then, he will leave a cross table escape. So, but he doesn't have heaps of choices here.
Needs to make sure of the snooker
shot
here.
And gets the snooker, but I think he's left it on.
George can come off the rail here. No, he's electing to play.
How is that not on? Oh, come on, guys, that has to be on.
Yeah, it's a interesting decision there by George.
Absolutely has to be on. Look at the gap between the black and the...
Yeah, there was quite a large gap between the black and the cushion.
The camera angle just telling us lies. I mean, that looks enormous, that gap from there.
Yeah, I think that's a missed opportunity there by George. So Stephen, once again, great opportunity here to kick out that red.
Brenton's just messaged me. Dylan's from Port Lincoln, so Brenton's all over him. So just got confirmation that the gap is enormous. Very strange choice of shot. Maybe he thought just because the white ball wasn't stuck. No, it was on the side rail, wasn't it? It was almost stuck to the side rail.
It was, yeah.
A strange shot. Meanwhile, Dylan's still on pot out mode. Good opportunity again. And Steve's just holding his nerve nicely. He's got a 5-1 lead, obviously that helps. If he was 5-1 down, he'd probably be feeling it a little bit more going through these. Big shot from Dylan coming up here, needs to get this. And he's stunned in off.
Oh, he's gone in off there. A bit unfortunate there by Dylan.
Probably put the white ball on the left, just near the left side rail, and take the bottom of these two yellows.
Stevens landed a little short there. We'll need to play up and down.
Yeah, touch a running side just to keep the whites fairly central. You have to load it up. Yep, that's pretty good. Great shot. Doesn't want to be on the rail though. Yeah, he's got good queuing at this. He should be okay. Oh, geez, I tell you what, I don't like putting the white ball there just because of the delicacy required. I would have definitely put it on the left side rail, so I'm nowhere near anything. He's played it well.
That's Stephen for the frame.
Jeez, he looks like he's going to smash this, but he's not. It's just he's queuing.
Oh, he's missed it.
You know what? There was no pause on the backswing. Give us a replay of that, Dan, and we'll just
Yeah, he
you
looked
just
like
see
he
a
had-
little bit of pressure coupled with
and a little bit of body movement as well there by
absolutely,
Stephen.
yeah,
It's a missed opportunity there.
on the shot before this one. And George is going to get away with one there. He's played a very nice positional shot there.
Yeah, great shot there by George.
But-
Really needs his frame.
We're just going to give you an idea. No matter how easy a ball looks, if you don't cue it properly, and you allow yourself to move, or you don't pause, this is what will happen. So look at this. Oh, actually, you're going to go back a little bit more, mate. And if you can give us a
It's
same
like,
shot.
It's like what you were saying earlier, Jamie. He looked like he was about to absolutely smash that black.
Yeah,
He just didn't look comfortable on there.
Even if he just shortens his back arm up a little bit so he can't decelerate, because to me it looks like he's decelerated on the shot.
Yeah.
Dan's he's just made a mess of that.
Big break there by Stephen.
Anyway, I think you guys get the idea. And if Stippo goes back and watches it, then he'll see what we're talking about as well. I think just by the explanation.
I think that was a fair break.
I think the ball went in as well.
Yeah.
So David's still working his way through these balls quite nicely. Although this is the money ball. This has to be hit very well. And
Nice shot there.
Jeez, I think he's okay. I think
Yeah,
he can draw off this enough to get to the left side of the yellow.
Great shot there by Stephen. Rail first.
He's underhit it. He's underhit it a long way. Shots like that, you actually have to play for the back rail to bounce off it. Don't try and land neat on it. Play for the back rail or the top rail, and bounce off it. That way you cannot underhit it, and even if you overhit it, you're still going to have a good shot at it.
Would he be thinking about possibly playing the fine cut or off the side rail? Left side rail.
Do you mean going cushion first across? Or?
Yes, cushion first across.
Yeah, I'm tempted to bump this out and just leave it near the pocket, like in the vicinity. Put the white ball hard on the rail and force him to play a really tough shot on the red. Although it does give him a safety option.
Yeah, George's too.
Yeah, I don't like that shot because he's left it on in the middle.
Yeah, he's left a very fine cut that the white ball will be travelling.
I think this is actually, believe it or not, I think this will actually land perfectly. It looks very good to just come off the rail and cannon the black. Or just slip past it.
And
He's overcut that pot into the middle. He's snooking himself.
I think he may be okay.
He's
Yeah,
okay?
he may need to do a slight swerve.
He doesn't want to be slight service
No,
because he
I
wants to
think he's
stun the
okay.
white.
No, he's
That's
okay.
fine. Yeah, I think David's missed a trick there. But once again, didn't finish the out due to a poor positional shot. So that's pretty much how most frames get lost when you're sort of committing. You fall out of position and then you let your opponent back in.
I've had word that Dylan was here till about 2 a.m. last night practicing.
Wow, I just heard Dylan was here till 2 a.m. last night just practicing. Apparently he did not prepare well enough for this tournament and decided to practice the night before the final 16. Doesn't need sleep. He sounds like that's something I would do.
George in a good position here. Could just to follow through. Try to no. He's just gone down and played
We're not going to pause.
a crazy shot there by George.
If you don't like, he's spun around through to by accident. He's obviously trying to play topspin, but if you can't, if you don't give yourself the chance to actually pause and check the action, it's just not going to happen. Now we see another crazy shot, and oh no, and this is where George excels, where the ball does not look on any pocket at all, and he finds a pocket.
Right centre, off the yellow.
The double kiss in the middle is the shot, isn't it?
Yeah, George is looking at it.
The smash off four
He's
rails.
just going to hit it too hard.
The smash off four rails is the shot here. He's going to try and play it off that yellow. It's not even on. Here we go.
Hold
Here
on,
we
hold
go.
on, hold on.
Look at this. Oh, he just scares the life out of me, this bloke. And the problem with that, right, and this is probably why he's gone so far in his comp, I bet you he's done that kind of thing multiple times over the weekend, and his opponents come to the table just frightened because they're so scared to leave him anything.
I did watch George yesterday, some
Good
of
shot.
his games, and I have to agree.
He's just
Some of his opponents were quite frightened to
Oh,
leave
he-
him half a shot.
he is scary, mate. He's like a lesser version of Butters, but more crazy than Butters. Oh, I don't know about this. Don't know about this.
I think he's going to possibly attempt a snooker here.
Yeah, if he's going to do this though, he's got to draw off it. Be careful here. Yeah, you see how he decelerates a lot?
Yeah, yeah.
I think that's something he needs to fix up. I bet you he's sort of jumped up off that as well and just decelerated.
I think he can already see the finish line, so he may...
I think George will actually play this at a good weight because he knows he doesn't have to do anything to get on the black.
George has been putting well, so I'd expect him to go close here.
No, he's going to play this. Oh my God, he just
That's
belts
a
the crap
great
out
shot
of it.
there by George.
Uses 3 jaws and lands perfect on the black.
How's that for
No
position?
no one in the entire galaxy, solar system, and Alpha Centauri
What a
can
shot.
play that shot. Other
What a
than
shot
George.
by George. Great finish there
Just
by
replay
George.
this. We'll show you how ridiculous this positional shot is. George is a human highlight reel of craziness. No, he did way better than that, Steve. He smashed it in the corner and played position off 3 jaws. Watch this.
Here we
Watch
go.
the jaws. 1, 2.
What a
Oh,
shot.
no, he didn't quite. Yeah, no,
Yeah,
he's caught 3 jaws.
3 jaws.
Absolute. And then not quite perfect in the black because it could have rolled another quarter of an inch. Unbelievable. He is a freak
If
of
you've
nature.
never seen George play pool, that shot sums up George perfectly.
I gotta admit though, it is enjoyable to watch. Like you just don't know what you're gonna get. Don't even try and call his mapping is one of a kind. He's got a good break, but he just scratches there.
Third time.
3 bags. Hey, he's only had 3 bags.
You should put a price up for the weight.
There'll be some big stats coming out there.
Yeah, George's break not quite working today. He has scratched 3 times in a row.
But what's interesting is he's in this match now. He was 5-1 down. Now he's 5-3. And I'll tell you now, if this guy gets momentum, he's so dangerous.
Definitely hard to stop. And the same with Dylan. He had a slow start to the match, and he's leading 5-3. So
Oh, that's not worked out well. I think this is too thin to play with side and kick back into that yellow and red now too. He's got himself in all sorts here now. Stiff. I think he's trying to play, but I just don't think it's there.
there's a lot of bottom left.
Yeah, see, he's actually. So what happens with him when he tries to play those sorts of shots? He kind of flicks his arm out,
Yeah, yeah.
and then obviously as soon as you have any movement of that back arm, it's very difficult to hit the line of the shot that you want to hit.
Yeah.
Good shot.
Yeah, nice shot there
Most
by
people,
George.
most people would actually jack up a touch there and cue it twice as soft, but George would much rather play that at maximum pace and get the throw of the white.
Actually, the Reds are looking pretty good here for George.
But why is he playing? Why is he playing this ball now? This is like the only shot I wouldn't play. And there you go. There's the reward. 0. He's on now. He's on the ball he should have played.
I think he may have the red to the right centre, though he's going to
No,
play.
I don't think he does.
No?
I think he's only got the long ball.
No, so it's playing to the bottom right. He could be running into the black here. No. Oh, he's running
Good
into
call.
the black.
Good call. He's somehow cleared, but he's just all over the shop. Like this is, even if he
Yeah.
gets his clearance, it's the most unorthodox clearance you've ever seen in your life.
Yeah, definitely making hard work of it, that's for sure.
Oh, he's actually somehow landed on this ball in the middle. Now he's going to hit this hard because it's going to bump into the other one. He wants to promote it. It's gone awful again. So now he's going to smash this ball that's furthest away in the top right-hand corner.
Just a reminder, I'm taking names for the blocks at the front. You want to enter? Come put your name down.
He's going to stun off a side rail.
Warren, will you come to the front, please?
Yep.
Nice
He's
shot
going to
there
stun
by
off two
George.
side rails
That's
because
a
it's
great
too
shot
easy to
there
do
by
it off
George.
one. He's still out of position.
Does that red near the yellow go to the bottom left?
I think it does. But to be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if he played a face cut double to the opposite middle. Alright. So now he's got this big shot with a stun up a side rail, bottom rail. He's going to land perfect on the black.
Slightly hampered
And if he
killing.
gets this out, I'm just going to have to walk out of the room. It's just ridiculous.
He's just going to smash this in, I think.
That's how he plays.
Loads the bottom. No.
Oh, he's absolutely thrown the Gucci handbag of that chicken wing the hell out of it.
Yeah, that's a...
First shot in the whole match, he's tried to control, and that's what happens. Now, you might think we're being harsh on George. We're having a bit of fun with him, and I'll tell you what, if he goes back and listens to this, he'll have a laugh himself. He knows he's a crazy player.
Nice
He's so entertaining to watch. I could actually commentate him all week. Not get the shots right, but just just watch him and have a laugh. He's brilliant. Meanwhile, Stip, a little bit more controlled, has not landed neato. This is a bit of a story of this match in the last few frames, where he's just not finishing off the chances he's getting.
Well,
He's not out of this yet, but
tough chance here.
do you think the yellow off the side of the black is a shot, or do you think playing the two across is the better shot?
I'd personally try to play a snooker here, though. Yeah,
Play the two across.
well, I think
He's
George has
left
got
the
a
gap.
shot here.
I think he's got to play cushion first off the yellow, though. You don't have to do anything with the white, unless it could be going into the black. It's tricky to tell from the line we've got.
Can we get an overhead shot of that one there, Dan? Yeah, that one there, yeah.
Well, he's got to hit it straighter than the potting line, so he might be able to run through it. He doesn't have to smash it.
Yeah,
He will smash it,
Yeah,
but he doesn't have to. Well, he's hit it a good lot.
No,
good
it's gone
pace.
for... That's a
very
great shot
good
there by
shot.
George.
He couldn't kill the yellow any better as well. But he's a tricky black too to the top right.
Top right or the fine cut?
I think the fine cut is really tough. When you play these fine cuts in the middle, you've actually got to cut them thinner than you think you have to cut them.
He could play a snooker here if he really wanted to.
Oh, wow, I can't believe
there
it.
we go.
I cannot believe he's played a snooker. Maybe he's decided to just calm himself down a little bit. If he comes out here and knocks this in, though, he will never play another snooker for the rest of this match. Or if he promotes it and then George doesn't pop the black. Remember, there's going to be a bit of slide on these cushions.
And that's
Jesus
a
played it well.
nice
Played it
shot
well.
there by Stephen. Great shot.
And there's no in off here to the cut in the middle.
So you're saying in off to the top right? No.
No, I don't think it's in off. I
No.
think he's going to hit the white's going to hit just bulk liner or slightly further. He's hitting it with bottom anyway. But
Yeah. That's a nice finish there by Stephen.
So George, for the rest of this match, will not snooker again. He's got a little smile on his face thinking, yeah, I shouldn't snooker.
Yeah, that one got away. You let that one go, George. You're going to be disappointed with that.
Dave has gone for a clearance and missed his second last ball. Good chance here for Dylan. Needs to be neat on this shot and the following shot.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
it
a
looks good.
nice
He actually had
shot
a
there
better
by
angle than I
Dylan.
thought. So just remember the score here now is 6-3.
Nice break there by Stephen.
So Dylan just needs to be a little careful here that he gives himself a good line or a good angle to get back on this black. If he chooses already in his mind he's going to play at middle pocket, then he wants to get nice and straight on this yellow. So this is no good. Now he's got to play for corner, I feel.
Should he have played the one to the bottom left first, do you think?
No, I don't think so, because it was... I just try and get really straight in so I can just draw the white ball straight back. But he's... I think he's played for the corner to the top right, and he's just got into it too much.
Yeah, right.
Because it's one of those shots you just need to time it quite nicely. If you get into it too much, it just flies. It's just a tough black, this.
Playing to the bottom
Gotta
left.
Be careful. Is this close to an off?
Should be fine.
He's overcut it though, so if he didn't overcut it, it would have been very close to the middle. So David now just needs to play this with a touch of right hand side. Yeah, he's played it well.
It's a good shot there by
Would
Stephen.
like to have been off the cushion a little further, just to allow a simple stun shot. Just got to be careful now, because even if he does jack up a bit stunned, this white could get away from him.
Just needs to slowly roll it in, I think.
I don't think. Okay, he's played that way.
Yeah, it's okay.
Still,
Tables have been recently reclocked, so they're playing quite quick.
yeah, I noticed on Friday they were flying. Still got to pot this though. Under pressure.
Top right
these are
or to
missable.
the right
I'd
centre?
definitely play this to the top right. It looks like he's almost dead straight. Just got to back your queuing, back your nerve. Don't like the way he's bridging this either though, I'm going to be honest. He drills it.
Nice shot there by David.
Score update, folks. If you not looking at pool stat, Tom O'Keefe leading Scott Healy 3-2, George Zamoya 5-3, trailing 6-3. That should be. Olan O'Mahony trailing Scott Fraser 3 frames to 1. Alex Alabakis 1 frame to 5 to Stuart Williams. Mitch Adams leading Braden Hale 5-2. Dylan and David, as you can see here, 5-3. Well, is that 5-4 now? No, 5-3. Dale Gifford and Archie. Dale is 4-2 up. Raymond Dunn is leading Dave Schneider 4-1. Now, if I was going to give my predictions on these matches before they even started, I would have gone Tom O'Keefe, I would have gone George, I would have gone Olan. I don't know a thing about Stuart Williams, so I wouldn't even be able to call a winner in that one. I would have gone Mitch Adams. I would have probably gone Dylan. I would have gone, well, Archie and Dale's a tricky one. I probably would have just taken Archie because I know he's putting a lot more time into the game, and I would have taken Raymond. So some of these results I would have picked probably aren't going the way of the scoreline so far.
Bad miss there by George. Stephen is on the yellow. Good opportunity here to play the yellow to the right centre. Needs to avoid the in-off.
Oh, he's landed beautiful.
Good result there.
Absolutely wrapped with that.
A little tricky.
I see one problem, and that's getting back to the black. I was just going to say, he really wants to run through and get on this other ball in the middle now, and he's just over. Oh, he's okay. I think he's okay. I do worry, though, if he chops this in the middle, that he's going to come off the right side of the red and land on the side rail.
He's playing to the top left.
Oh, Jesus. I wouldn't want to stun this too much. He'll end up near the bottom rail.
Yeah, that's a nice shot there by Stephen.
This is no good.
No? You don't think it's no good?
I don't think getting on the black is easy here.
It could come off 1, 2, 3 rails. It needs to avoid the red.
I think this could go bad.
I've gone, no, he's hit the red.
That's a very good result, though, for him. I'll tell you what, playing the turn over here and the stun past the reds and bring the white ball off 2 rails and to the ball corner.
I think the skill shot might be on here.
Yeah, it's tricky, but I'd still be... Yeah, I'd
Here
play
we go.
exactly how he's played it. And he knows he's going to get snookered. But the up and down should be available. It'd be very tricky to get him behind these.
George is on the table here. We don't know what George is going to do.
Even George is probably thinking, I shouldn't snooker after the last frame. I don't think he's got a choice. I think he has to snooker. But the thing is, you want a tight snooker. You can't give him one rail up and down. It's too simple.
So
Oh yeah.
I think
What's he
George.
doing? This is insane.
Yeah,
But this is.
yeah.
You know what? Actually, I've just thought of a shot, but it's. Look at this. He's actually got a white. No,
He's going to get a snooker here. He's
oh,
going to
he's
hit
going
the
to get
white.
the kiss back.
He's going to get snooker. No, no.
Even he can't be that lucky, surely.
Yeah, I don't know what George was thinking there.
He was in a lot of trouble, though, to be fair.
He was. That was a shot to absolutely nothing. He'd be disappointed. I think George has lost the plot a little bit here.
Well, he's just. Honestly, I think he's just been outclassed because his opponent is far neater at the table.
Yeah, I think you're right. So Stephen leading 7 frames to 3. And on another table we have Dylan Wonderball leading 6 frames to 4 against David Kelleher. George about to break. Needs to avoid the in-off.
Good break there from David.
No, I think that's the white
Well,
ball's
the
gone
white ball's
in.
gone in. I didn't notice that. George has not gone. Oh, well, he's almost gone in off. Hasn't found the ball, has he? No, he has. No, he hasn't.
No, he hasn't. A good split there.
Oh, what an opportunity here for Stip to go.
The
to
reds
get the
or
match.
yellows?
I like the yellows myself.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't think there's an easy starter on the reds, is there? I think
Top
red-
right,
I think
top
that's
right.
quite thin, is it?
Yeah, it is.
And the white will fly, and then you're going to be left dealing with that red to the middle on its own. And where I think the yellows you can link up really nicely. I think I would be playing that one in the middle first, so it looks like it's on, or even the corner.
He's playing the long red.
Wow, that's
Yeah.
confidence.
That's a great pot there by Stephen.
Now reds are better after playing that shot. I wouldn't have taken that shot in a million years, but
Well, he's leading 7 frames to 3, so
True. I wouldn't be potting too many of these, though. I'd be. That's a little astray. I think he wanted to draw the white ball back half the distance and play the one in the middle next.
yeah.
Just need to be careful here not to lose the white. He's got so much area to land in the top end of the table.
Nice shot there by Stephen. I think he can see the finish line.
So I'd be potting the ball in the corner first, and I'd use this to just transition down.
I think he may elect to leave that as his last ball for some reason. I personally wouldn't, though. I think you can definitely see the finish line here. Trying to make things as simple and easy as possible.
Doesn't want to leave angle on this red. If anything, he wants to stun the white right where it is now. Yep, that's fine.
Oof.
He's still got a little bit of angle on this red, so he's actually got to get into this and top right through. He doesn't want this yellow to come into play, so he really has to cue this well.
Slightly hampered queuing.
Why is he hitting this with body? He's going to try and pinch the pocket and draw straight back, is he? Yep, he has.
That's okay. It's
Yeah,
a
I
nice
think he'll be
shot
happy
there.
with that. His queuing is slightly hampered. So time to hold your nerve and drop this black in.
For the match.
So I think he's going to drill it.
He's going to do a George Mayo shot, no?
Yeah, well
It's a
played.
nice finish there by Stephen.
Gets the clearance. Good way to finish the match. You'll have a lot of confidence now going into the quarterfinals. So is it random draw? Oh, this is the draw here, is it? This is the draw?
Yeah, so
No random
basically
draw?
we ended up with 8 on the winner's side and 8 on the loser's side.
Yep.
So then a winner would play a loser.
You know, I'm just thinking that they probably could have played another round to the single elimination, because this will be finished. This will probably be finished by early afternoon, you would think, yeah, or late afternoon.
Possibly early evening, yeah.
Yeah, I guess then we go to the quarters.
Like a reminder of these other games, please just respectful of all players.
So I believe David is on the reds here. He does have one tricky ball near the black.
Could actually play the ball bottom right now and go into them if he's feeling aggressive.
Oh, he's a couple of frames behind here, so
Honestly, I think I'd take it on.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it would actually, any sort of contact onto the black itself you'd be very, very hard done by to not be on a ball.
Yeah.
But now, see, if he just keeps potting balls here, he's just going to get into all sorts of trouble.
Yeah, you're right.
So while he had the angle there, I feel like you had to at least go into it. And if it didn't turn out right, then you still have some options with,
Yeah,
a bit
right.
of safety.
Yep.
I feel now he still has to hold up, play this side cushion off the yellow.
Needs a little luck here.
Yeah, good shot. Good shot. But he's potted. But now he's got the angle to play this red top bottom right and just nudge into the black. If he can catch the black on the left-hand side, it will promote the red to the rail and the white to the rail. So
There's a little luck here.
he's caught it thick, but he's okay, but he's missed the pot. He's probably focused a little too much on the cannon.
And this is actually a great opportunity here for Dylan. Could elect to play up and down or just slow roll in. No, he's gone up and down.
Yeah, good weight. It looks perfect.
That's a great shot there by Dylan.
Now, do both yellows go is the question. Does the bottom one pass the red as well to the corner?
Have a look at the overhead.
Oh, jeez.
That's tight. I think it might.
Oh, the way he's played
I
it
think
must.
Jeez,
He would have liked a better angle than that, though. Would have much rather an angle lower so he could just stun up. He's got to give this a bit now, and if it's not a full pocket. It wasn't a full pocket. And there, just see what I mean about little things like that where you just got to make sure that white ball is in the right spot to transition to the last balls. And I think he's left the gate open as well.
I don't think that red passes the yellow.
Oh, I reckon it does.
You possibly play off the cushion, off the yellow.
That's what I mean, though. I think it'll squeeze without any
okay.
problem. But once again, you need to land neat on this last red. You cannot be straight on it. Unless you love doubling, cannot be straight on this last red. And he's
Nice
landed
shot there by
straight.
David.
He's landed straight. Anything but straight, and he was an absolute special. Now he can do nothing with the white to change its line to get on the black. So all he can really do now is either play for a double, like draw back, play for a double in the middle, or run through and then play himself for a cut. With that shot, he will have the luxury of being able to play it with some right-hand side, take it off left side rail, right side rail, and take the white ball up to the nameplate.
Could he play for a double to the bottom right?
He's
missed the pot.
He's tried to force it, you see. Yep. And that's just inexperience, in my eyes, under pressure.
Nice pot there by Dylan.
Just little things, isn't it? And we're going to see a lot of that throughout the course of the day, especially when the pressure starts to mount. And you've got to remember, elite players make those simple errors at times. So obviously we're in an intermediate comp, so we're going to see these errors more frequently. But it's a fantastic learning opportunity as well.
Nice finish there by Dylan. Takes a 7 frames to 4 lead against David Kelleher. Is David from Victoria?
I believe I saw him with I think it was a Manhattan shirt I saw him with. Yes, he must play.
Hey, that Dandenong.
Yeah, he must play out
Dandenong.
that way and play in, I'm guessing, like a Div 1 team or something for Manhattan. I haven't actually seen him play before, so I wasn't sure, but then when I saw that, I figured he was a Melbourner.
Yep.
think that's the guys. I'm trying to remember from last night's stream. Messy break. Didn't get a good contact that time. What's this shirt? Is this a footy shirt he's wearing, or is this a pool shirt as well?
That's a good question.
It's got some kind of
Fist of Fury.
Okay, it's some kind of European thing. I'll tell you now, we've got more Europeans playing pool than we do Victorians these days up this way.
Yeah, sounds like it, doesn't it? It looks like it as well.
Last night, Owens and Tem were commentating, and I looked for the subtitle button. I could not find it. Dan's going to have to implement it.
We might have to get Scotty Fraser on the commentary later.
Oh, he was worse. But having said that, though, I like listening to their commentary. I had to stream on a fair bit last night.
Do you know, Scotty's playing quite well, and he's currently leading 4 frames to 1 against Owen Mahoney.
Yeah, it's a bit of a surprise to me, to be honest, but he's a capable player, Scotty.
I think Scotty knocked out the tournament favourite yesterday, Dan Sinclair.
Yeah, I don't think he was the tournament favourite personally in my eyes. I think Raymond Dunn was the tournament favourite. I think, Calcutta favourite maybe. I think there was far too much emphasis
Calcutta
put on him.
favourite, definitely Calcutta favourite.
Definitely far too much emphasis put on him, mate. But, as I said, there's been some crazy results. Guys that did well last year haven't necessarily done well this year. Kevin Mallett comes to mind. He made a semi or something last year, didn't he?
That's right, yeah.
And got knocked out pretty early. Lots of people raved on about the Pool Vic guy. He went no good. Dakota Cook, people were saying he'd do well. He went no good.
Logan Brand. The
Pool Vic guy, yeah.
Favourite. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, right.
I heard Gus was up here yesterday, and he's not here today because his wife is out, so he didn't come up. He's got himself in a little bit of trouble here, David, again. Where he's committed to a clearance, but suddenly it's not easy. What he wants to do here is play this with a touch of right hand side. He wants to cannon
into the black, possibly.
No, cannon the yellow.
The yellow.
The bottom of the 2 yellows on the right side. I'll tell you what, that's perfect. He's played that. Well, he cannoned it.
Yeah. That's a good result.
And I think that's the first shot I've called all day. Although, does this go to the middle? I actually just assumed it did. Now that I've actually looked, maybe it doesn't. So, in actual fact, he didn't want to cannon at all. He wanted to actually land dead straight on it.
He's got to play top right here.
Yeah. So he's just got to cue this well.
Natural position for the black.
Played it well, has he?
Oh, that's a great shot there by David.
Good shot. Now, once again, everybody can miss these queuing off the rail. Everybody can. Fancy him to get it, but well played.
Nice finish there by David.
Keeps himself alive. 7-5. You just see at the back top right hand side of your screen there, Scott Fraser is at the table. And also Tom O'Keefe and Scott Healy, who is Tom O'Keefe is actually trailing 4-3 now. I have no idea who Scott Healy is.
I think Scott Healy is a WA player.
Oh, that'll be right.
Yeah, I don't know much about him.
I'll tell you what, these guys that have come from Queensland and WA, they've got to be fancying themselves to do well in the tournament, because not only are they paying their entry fee, they're paying accommodation and flights, or at least flights, unless they've hooked up some accommodation with a local, but they're definitely paying for some flights. There's some extra costs involved. But for 20 grand, sometimes it's worth the trip.
It certainly is.
Dave scratches, gives Dylan an open table, but it's not...
Certainly the yellows here. The yellows look quite good.
Yeah, just got to deal with that one that's stuck to the red on the right side. The rest of them look... Just wondering as well if that yellow passes the red bottom left as well. That will be an important component of this if he chooses to try and play for a clearance.
Surely he's not looking at the reds.
I don't think I'd play reds in a million years here, but he's just trying to figure out the best way to start. Oh, he's not potted.
Yeah,
He's
he
not potted.
looked in two minds there.
I don't think he'd 100% committed to what he wanted to do.
Yeah, I totally agree. Look a little casual there.
Or he was trying to not kill the yellow to the rail by hitting it slightly too thin.
Yeah, right.
Because I don't think he's tried to. I think he's tried to pot the one over the pocket.
Yeah.
Okay, well this yellow's obviously on because he's lining it up. Maybe he has a second look. Maybe it's tighter than we think.
Both players under pressure here.
Okay, it flew in.
Nice pot there, David.
So my line of thinking here is I want to get to the right side cushion as soon as possible so I can play the ball in the corner and draw back for that yellow to the top left. If you don't want to cannon it, that is. And I'll tell you why, he's done exactly what I've just suggested.
It's a nice shot
I think
there.
you play the top. I think you play it now. You're not going to get on it better than you are now. Play it straight away. Yep, he's recognised it. And I'll tell you, if you can get to the side rail here, just nicely. Oh, that's beautiful. That is absolutely perfect. Now he's got the perfect line to stun centre table.
Great shot there by David.
Just wondering. So this work's not done yet because this ball that's lower of the centre pocket left side, I think it will go off the yellow, but you need to give yourself an angle to transition up to the table and be on the other yellow just in case things don't work out to plan. So you've got to get across here. This looks pretty good.
That's a great shot there by David.
I don't think he's quite far enough across.
I think he may elect to play this a little firm, so he can come out for the next yellow.
Yeah, but I think he can't avoid the contact on the yellow. So he's got two options, Stan. He can play it direct in the middle and at pace, like you said, play for the other yellow, or play it thin and push the yellow he's hitting up to the corner pocket.
To the top left, yeah.
And then he can just drop it in because he wants the white to stay left side of the table.
I think it's going to possibly slow roll it in.
Geez, do you think he can...
Oh, okay. He's kind of played your shot.
But he's hit it too thick.
Yeah.
And he's stunned it too. I'm just playing it at a nice sort of pace so the white, everything just stays in the area.
Yeah,
but
right.
Has he got a shot? Got a reverse sort of plant? Tricky plant, this. It doesn't have a lot on.
No, he doesn't.
Yeah, this looks...
Possibly slightly swerve to the top right. He's elected to play a safety shot.
Yeah, I don't mind the choice. Oh, he's got a little flick there, which was very handy. It's actually kept the yellow in play.
And this is actually quite a good opportunity here for Dylan. He's got several options here. I can't see him snoogering at all.
You can't?
No, I think he's going to go game here.
He's got a lot of work to do because those two balls in the top end of the table are a little ugly.
He could use the red to play onto the yellow to the right centre, and that yellow can push up and knock those two reds out.
If he chooses to play that shot, he has to catch that yellow extremely thin, otherwise the yellow will get pushed into the jaw, and then it just obviously spits away
that's
from
right.
there. So he's got to catch this super thin.
That's right.
I think if you get right on the right side rail, the red does go. So he might have a very good angle here to do exactly that, just run straight past the yellow.
Oh, right,
on the
yeah,
rail.
yeah.
And if he doesn't like it, he's probably got the angle to go into them as well, and he's got a linking ball to the middle. He's played the shot I've suggested, and I think this is on.
So red to the top right, and then red to the left centre.
Yep, don't be afraid to draw this back more than you need to.
Always going to play.
Yeah, good shot.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, that is actually really unlucky.
Yeah, I would have played the next red to the left centre.
Yeah, that's definitely what he's played for. But
Did he?
He's snooking
He's
himself
just
on the yellow. Yeah.
just overhit it. No, I mean that red up there.
I think the advantage
Yeah.
of getting straight on this ball in the middle is you've got choice of 2 balls and you can actually create lines for yourself.
Yeah, right.
Oh, is he on this? Oh, wow. I think he deserved to be on it, to be fair.
The decision time here. Does he play top right or bottom left?
I feel that you need to play the bottom left
Bottom
just because
left.
it's a far easier pot and you don't have, and the transition is natural to the red. As long as you can get the white ball fairly central.
He's played that quite firm.
He's overhit it. If that white ball pulls up 2 foot short, he's got that perfect little stun line,
Yeah,
to go
right.
back across.
Yep. This will be a double to the top left or a triple to the top right. He's gone the double.
Missed it, but he's got a pretty good safety.
I don't know. Does that yellow go to the top left?
I don't think it does.
Dan, can we have an overhead?
I think Dave's going to have to play this. Nah, no way.
I don't know. These pockets generally tend to
Oh, we can see the line.
Oh, right. No, it's
I
not
think
on.
Dave needs to play this yellow. Just play it in the cushion, draw the white ball back a bit, and just get a snooker.
Yeah, I'd say so.
He could also play the red thin on the left side, take the white ball side cushion back across. This is the shot I suggested.
Don't hit the yellow.
That was a bad shot.
No.
He didn't have to hit it that hard.
And that's an unlucky result there for David.
He didn't have to hit it that hard. He's belted that.
Still a little tricky here. Dylan needs to make sure of this pot. He's going to obviously leave himself a long black here. He's got to take his medicine here.
He's played it so well. That's such a good
That's
shot.
a nice shot there by Dylan.
That is such a good shot. Now he's just having a bit of a wander around, just recomposing. And I'll tell you right now, that is the correct thing to do after you play a big shot like that. You can get a rush of adrenaline.
For the match.
Great
That's
shot.
a nice shot there by Dylan. Nice finish.
Yeah, well deserved. He will go through to the quarterfinals. And will be very... I don't think anyone in the room will actually want to draw it.
Jamie, well, that's me for the... that's my time for the commentary.
You're committing to the Blancs comp now, mate?
Yeah, I certainly am. Thank you very much
luck.
and good luck with the rest of the day.
Thanks, buddy. You too.
I'll leave you to it.
We might get Tam in here and... Too much. So this Scott Fraser and Olan match is taken an eternity to play 5 frames. They've taken basically an hour and 40 minutes to play 5 frames. And I'm going to assume Olan is on the yellows just by the confusion and the scratch of the head. Philly needs to play 2 cushions here to try and make contact with the yellow. And it does have the black as well as a bonus to take it off. I don't like the one rail here because you've got to chop it in and then the black position is not going to be great. But it is a simpler shot than 2 rails. And wow, what a result. So prize breakdown in case everyone's wondering. Just for today, if you made it through to today and you lost your first match, you still pick up a cool $1,000. Those that bomb out in the quarters get $2,500. Semi-finalists will get $5,000. Not a bad day's work or weekend's work. Second prize $10,000. First prize $20,000. Total prize pool of $64,000. So Scotty here doesn't have too much to worry about with that yellow so dead on the rail. But I don't think I'd fully commit to this because you don't want to leave a double if you miss. That's why he hasn't. But I felt he should have put that red into a better position than that. Olan can actually come off the left cushion, left top cushion as we see it on the screen. If he can get some contact on this, Scotty will actually not have an easy shot. So Would absolutely love to play this hard enough to get it up over the corner pocket rather than the middle, because obviously the middle will leave the black into play for snooker still. And that's not bad. You'll be happy with that. Keeps the pressure on, even though he's 4-1 down. Good shot there from Scott. Gets another snooker. This one far more dangerous for Olan. Not only does he have to hit this, but not leave a red on as well, because if he does, then should be into frame. I got mixed up with Stuart, who plays Manhattan first, so I'm not sure where David was from then. So here we go. Big shot coming up, especially 4-1 down, needs a result. I think he clipped that. I'm not sure if he clipped that or not. I think he did. If he did, if he has clipped that, I don't think this red goes to the corner. Obviously the angle we've got on this, because it's not one of our mainstream tables, obviously quite difficult to tell. But I think Olan's he's got a decent result there. Now Scotty will probably play a double on the red that he's closest to, stun the white ball back to the right side short cushion, use the black as a snooker. He just needs to be careful the red doesn't come off the other cushion and come back down and hit the yellow and somehow make it on. I think that's the shot he's going to play, unless this goes. No, he's played exactly the shot I've said, but he's used the other red as well. And I tell you what, he could not have asked for a better result. However, I think this yellow is on. He's just walked around. I think the yellow's on. Here's the yellow on. If the yellow is not on, he's got a dream result there. If this yellow is on, though, it does look very thin. As I said, it's very difficult to call from the line we've got, but he's definitely eyeing it off like it goes. Here we go. This is a big frame for Olan. This looks thin. Oh, he's gone the corner. It must have been so thin that he didn't like it, or the potting line wasn't on. However you want to deal with it. I'll tell you one reprieve he has got is the natural clearance route would have been ball in the middle, ball in the corner, and the left centre. Now he can't do that, so the route's going to be different. Thank you, Sahil. Good to be back, mate, and good to see your name in the chat. Hope you're well, mate. So he's still going to play the ball in the middle, but I think this just needs to be a little bit more done with the cue ball to get on the black. As I said, if that yellow wasn't there, simple drop in, black in the middle. Now he probably needs to just play this thinner than the normal potting line and just play black in the opposite pocket. Just needs to be careful here. Very easy to hit these accidentally too thick and run or play it too hard. He has hit it a little thick. Had he hit that thinner, the line would have been more to the right. So pressure pot coming up, even though he's 4-1 up. Very important to keep the boots firmly sunk in when you've got a good lead like this. And trust me, he is not the fastest player either. He calculates and is very methodical about everything he does. If anything, I think he's probably slightly too slow because he doesn't allow himself any rhythm. But he's pot that very nicely, gives the makeshift fist pump and takes a 5-1 lead. Meanwhile, Scott Healy, which I've completely ignored that match and have no idea who this guy is absolutely going to town on Tom O'Keefe. I think he was actually trailing the match early. He got a lead and hasn't looked back since. Anybody that knows anything about Scott Healy, can you give us some insight, please? I honestly have never seen this guy's face in my life from memory, so he looks like he's pretty calm, though. As you would be 7-3 up, but still. Oh, and as I say that, he's just used some running side and haven't popped the ball. Ryan King, hello mates. Former Pockets, what was it called? Can't remember what that comp was called, but the one that you won and then elevated yourself to the Pro Series. Jared Healy's grandson. I don't know if you're being serious or not there, Lee. Anyway, turnover shot coming up here from Tom O'Keefe. I think he's actually tried to play the skill shot. I think he's tried to play that. Not 100% sure. But he has got a little flick off to take the white ball behind the black here if he likes it, so. Or that. That's probably a better shot, actually covers the black. Actually, someone did mention he was from WA. Plays Super League. He's absolutely champion. Super League sounds like non-intermediate, doesn't it, Dan? Super League. Sounds like he shouldn't be here. Super. But I'm sure he's qualified through the correct channels. As I said, I think there's probably only one person's draw that probably snuck in that I would have questioned, but you're always going to get one. Oland's fallen out of position. He's just struggling a bit out there, is he, from what I've seen so far? I think his style of play as well, he probably won't enjoy playing against Scotty's slower rhythm. Mitch Adams has just won against Braden Hale, 8-4. Archie's actually was 4-2 down, and he's now 5-4 up. I actually said when he was 4-2 down, if I was to pick a winner of that match, I would have favoured him, and he's doing me proud of my picks. I expect this frame to go a long time. His balls aren't simple, and yeah, as I said, Scotty probably could benefit from a shot clock. To be fair, he's I would probably say he might be the slowest player in the room. Probably a little over him, and that's coming from me. But he dots his I's, crosses his T's, and makes sure everything's correct in his mind, and nothing wrong with that. But I just think the trade-off is sometimes a bit of rhythm and basically no ability to shift gears when the opportunity presents itself. So meanwhile, Scott Healy's played onto this black, and I'm just wondering, I think maybe this black goes inside the yellow, does it? He's playing it like it does. If anything, it's going to exchange pocket spots with the yellow. And, well, he's just belted that. Probably need to take a bit more care. Scotty's missed an easy ball, shows his frustration. Even at 5-1 up, gives Olan a pretty decent chance here. These all will link up very, very nicely if he gets correct position off his first opening shot. So here we go. This one shot, just a stun for the yellow that's not on the rail. I would have actually played for the ball in the closest to the rail, 1 second closest from the rail first. I just feel that this could go wrong now. So he's actually, because he's chose to leave this ball on its own in the bulk area till last, he's going to need to play quite a good shot on the ball down the cushion and then get himself off the rail and then play quite a good shot just to get down for the black again if he wants a simpler shot at it. So a bit of work to do. I think he's actually good here because I don't think that yellow, you can see shade between the cushion and the yellow, which means it's not up against the cushion, and the white looks like it is up against the cushion, so he's got an angle to draw out. Doesn't want to smash this, just wants to cue it nicely. Just draw the white ball back a foot will be more than enough. Doesn't have to land on the bulk line or anything crazy. Played it well, and that's just fine. And once again, he still needs to cue this quite well. This is one of these shots that you can decelerate and the white can fly off the side rail and head more to the opposite side of the table again. So you've got to get into this like a little soft screw. Touch aside if you feel confident with it. Just made sure of the pot. So he's got between medium and long range black to the corner. Should get this, but just bearing in mind he's 5-1 down, he's under pressure. He's missed it, and he's missed it. Just a little bit of body movement as he played the shot as well, you may have noticed. And unfortunately for him, he's actually left the pocket well open, and good chance for Scott here. As Dan's still trying to work out the optimal camera angle. Not a red. What's your real name? Because I'm from Ballarat as well. So if I know you. Me personally, when I play in these comps and I'm in Ballarat, I always drive back because I like the comfort of my own bed. Depending on how much sleep you need a night, just bear in mind if you're going to play well enough to get to the Sunday, the Friday night finished quite late, I think past midnight. So expect a late night and then be back in the morning potentially. So if you need your full 8-9 hours sleep or whatever it is, maybe stay down. If you are a good survivor on less sleep, as I said, I don't really need much sleep personally. I much prefer to come from your own bed, so it's only an hour drive from Ballarat to here. I'd personally make the trip myself. But it's an individual choice. And Scotty just needs to be a bit careful here because this black is not over the pocket, and so he's going to be having to transition from the ball at the other end of the table the way he's chosen to make this clearance. And if he tries to get too neat on this red and accidentally land straight, it could be problems. So I don't think I would have mapped this clearance this particular way. This red that's here now would have been my last ball. But there is more than one way to skin a cat. There's an optimal way and there's a bunch of other ways that still work. So this is what I'm talking. He's okay. I think he's okay. He's got angle to go back up. But if he didn't get in that slightly more, he would have been out of position, or if the white had ran a little further, just said wasn't optimal, but it still works. There is some pressure on this pot. I know he's 5-1 up. You still got to get this. Remember, you're fully committing to this because you want to get right up the other end of the table. And he's missed. And that right there, folks, is what I mean about there is an optimal way and there are a bunch of other ways. The optimal way, if you can find it, this game becomes much, much easier. And I can promise you now is the #1 difference of what separates an intermediate player from what we're classifying as your more pro-style players. Their choice of shot is generally far superior. And it's where the intermediate players that break down, just like that example there, need a lot more work. That is a constructive criticism, not a not putting these guys down. This is why this is an intermediate comp. A lot of these guys will be striving to get to a higher level, and just little things like that are what matters. That focus does not want to kick in. And you need to remember as well, even the top elite players, if they don't practice, they put time into the game, suddenly, mapping the correct clearance is also alien to them as well, because in order to be taking the correct choices all the time, you need to be fairly match fit. You need to be playing the game. If you just disappear for 6 months and come back, you're not going to find the optimal routes because it's, you're not doing it all the time. It becomes quite foreign. Some people get it back quicker than others. And that's a bad shot there from Scott. He's given Tom a chance at this, and that clearance attempt he was making there was for the match. So let's just see how long it takes him to find the line. Some people have a lot of trouble getting that very last frame to win the match. Other people, they love that lead and they steam miles ahead and do it with ease. We've seen a few people during the course of the weekend just struggle to get over the line. They say the first frame and the last frame are the hardest ones to win. Not an easy shot this time. He almost needs to go twice across. Just saw it. If you're taking really close note, you will see that his back arm flicked out there as he played the shot. So he didn't get through the line straight. Did flick it out a bit. But you know what? He's looking pretty calm given he's 7-4 down and just missed a very good opportunity to stay in the match, potentially lose it from here. I think he's just sitting there just praying for another shot. I'm not sure what Tom's expectations were for this comp, but I think he's done pretty well to make the 16 thus far. This match is not over yet. This red that's more to the left of the screen is definitely by far the trickiest ball. Now, I'm going to guess, in fact, I know now, that at the conclusion of these matches, we will start a new stream for our quarterfinals. And there will probably be a small break. So just keep an eye out for that stream to start once we're there. That's a nice shot there from Scott, and one good shot. Now, this is a pressure shot. Obviously, the position looks pretty automatic, given he's just going to bump off the side rail and come back out again. But with that yellow looming over the pocket, just add some pressure. Oh, he's actually he's played it as a shot to nothing, tried to hold for the middle. Don't know about this. Don't know about this. This must go. Well, he's having a look now. Doesn't look like it's on, but we haven't got the optimal angle. Actually, I'm having a look. I'm a fair way away from the table, probably about 8 meters. And, geez, I don't know, I can't tell. He's lined it up. Thomas stands up. He feels that he needs to get ready. That's on. Oh, what a shot. That's a super shot. Well, that's why he's played the shot to nothing way. Well played. Scott Healy will move through to the quarterfinals and guarantee himself a minimum 2,500. So other scores, obviously we've got this match on screen, so I'll skip over that score. You can see it as Olane misses a what you would feel is a routine yellow. So to recap on the match is still going. Alex Alabarkis trails Stuart Williams 6-5. Dale Gifford trails Archie 6-5, and Raymond Dunn on the hill versus Dave Schneider 7-2. Now, if there's anybody out there that wants to pick a winner from this point in the tournament and wants to have a wager on it with me, then just pop the name into the chat and the amount you'd like to back them for, and I will most likely accommodate it based on the fact that it's not the same guy I've picked to win this tournament. So yeah, just drop a name in the chat, how much you'd like to have a wager for, and I'll probably cover it, since I couldn't get any Calcutta action. So still a couple of WA guys going, I think. So you guys in WA, I think there's a fair few of you in the chat. Happy to take your backing of him. And if neither of us get the winner right, then obviously it's just a draw, and nothing will happen. And it's all crickets in the chat. So Scotty 5-2 up. Good opportunity on the yellows here. They're slightly hampering one another. Although I think really the big problem is the yellow that's near the red, more central to the table. So I think it only really goes to the bottom right. And so may need to get up towards the blue spot to pot it. So plays the plant, misses it, but he's got so much coverage as well. That red is in a horrible position amongst the yellows there. Doesn't really have a simple ball to extract it and have a linking ball at the same time. So there's a fair bit of work for Olan to do here.
Guys, the names of the blocks are closing at 12:15, 7 minutes. So
Righto, Lee, you've got me, mate. I'll you can have Mitch. I'll take Raymond Dunn. And if neither of those guys win it, it's a stalemate. If one of them does, then the other owes each other $50. Done. Anyone else?
we'll be doing the draw straight away. It'll only take a couple of seconds, and James will go on straight away.
It's not a red. If you mean Div 1 being Premier Division, or do you mean the division below Premier Division? If you mean the division below Premier Division, I think some of the players, yes, in this comp, would be fair to say that would be at that level. I think a lot of the players in this comp are well above that level, though. Having said that, though, this is a fantastic comp, a race to 8 and a race to 6 on the loser side to get some great experience. And I don't think this comp's going anywhere. It's built in 2 days, and it's 128 players with a huge waiting list. So, Lee, I will be at the pro event, mate. I'm actually playing in it and commentating when I get knocked out. Yes, I'm very confident. So Scotty with a lot of control here. However, that red that I spoke about earlier has been brought into play. Whether he tries to cover it or not with this shot, no, he's just going to get a safe white. Yeah, Dale's a good choice. So Duvlak, I'm not sure who you are, but you can take Dale Gifford. Just tell me how much you want to have on him. I'll take Raymond Dunn. And then if neither of them win, we just don't owe each other anything. If one of them does win, then we pay each other whoever wins the amount that you want it for. Good shot that from Olan. He's brought his balls into play. He's restricted Scotty. I think there's going to be a few safety shots here in a row just to try and get some dominance for one ball, because I think whoever gets in is going to try and pull the trigger. They're all on now, these balls for both players, so it's all about who gets in first. If you like Duvlak, send Jamie Stevens a message on Messenger, and we'll just work out the details there if you like. So I think Scotty's just going to play this yellow off the rail, try and put the white ball in a similar position to where it is now. Keep the safety going. He's overplayed it though, and he has left this red available far end of the table. It looks so simple on screen, but you've got to remember you're queuing off the rail to a ball that's not directly over the pocket and probably relatively straight, so it needs to be cued well. There is an argument to play it cushion first. Just check my phone to see if any other guys have messaged me directly. There are some really good chances in this comp still, don't forget. So still a little bit of work to do here. This ball in the middle is a little tricky. The one that's obviously to the nearest to the cushion, and it doesn't link perfectly to another ball unless you get the correct angle on it. So there's still a fair bit of work to do here. It's all about just being nice and neat. So that's a lovely shot. Now he wants the line where he wants to be ideally about a foot behind this shot on a line where he can just play a little stun shot and be on the ball to the corner near the yellow, and he wants to be straight out so he can run through for his final red. So a couple of very accurate shots required here with the white. And me personally, I think he's made this shot quite difficult because he didn't 100% commit to that pot to get a better position on this red. This looks really tricky. Probably looks simple on screen, and dropping it in is probably not that difficult, you know, playing with a little bit of drag, but then you'll be snooking on your second last red. So you kind of need to stun this in, and as soon as you've got to stun this in, much more difficult. But you can see him lining up a little lower on the white. He's got to play this well, I'm telling you folks. Unless I'm misjudging this, he's played it well. Played it very well. And he actually had a line where he did have the run through too. And Alex Alabarca, 7-6 down. He was 5-1 down earlier. He's made a huge comeback. Dale Gifford, Archie. I'll tell you what, the fella that wants to back Archie, mate, he's back Dale. He's not even past this round yet, mate. This is that's a big call from you there. My bloke just got over the line. So you might want to wait and see if he wins first before you take that bet. And that's a really bad shot from Olan there. I don't know why he actually stunned it so hard. Even if he pots this, how's he going to be on the black? Then it goes, but there's no black here at all. And these yellows are just stuck up so well that even a safety's not easy. Yes, he can bump this black and try and take the white ball in sort of a dead straight line with that yellow, but you're still leaving choices. Oh, wow, it was on. Well, there you go. What a shot. I did not realise that was on at all. The cameras deceived me from the line we've got. And that is a big shot for Olan to stay in this match 5-3 now. That feels much better than 6-2, I'm sure. Trent, you can't go field unless you give me odds, mate. That's pretty unfair. Pick one player, buddy. I've got Raymond Dunn. You pick your guy. And then how much you want on it. I definitely, looking at this draw as well, I definitely think the bottom half of the draw is a far more difficult part of the draw. I think 3 potential very strong candidates are in the bottom 3 of the draw. Actually 4, to be fair. I think the top half of the draw, I wouldn't say it's as strong. But that's definitely open to interpretation from other people for sure and their opinion. So we've just got a camera. I know it's not ideal, folks. There's a lot of crowd stuff. We're just trying to catch the final frame between, second last frame, sorry, potentially. Stuart Williams and Alex Alabarcas. Stuart Williams at the table trying to level the score. Oh no, Alex is at the table trying to win the match. Actually, this could be his last 2 reds, is it? Oh, he's on yellows. Yeah. Anyway, it's too hard to see. There's a couple of heads in the way, and obviously no fault of their own. Obviously, we weren't set up for that table. All right, so we got 50 on Dale if he makes it through. If he doesn't make it through, the bet is void. Trent, that is as if I'm going to do that, mate. And are you going to give me 3-1 odds or 4-1 odds since you're taking, 7 blokes? Give me 4-1, and you can have that for 50. Well, yeah, but there's only going to be 8 left. If I was gonna pick a weakness in Scott's game, I would say it would probably be he doesn't seem to have. And this is funny coming from me, given I've probably got the worst Q power of any player that's won a tournament. I don't think he's actually got a good Q, a good Q power, and I don't think when he's got to play the white ball off centre, or he's going to do something with the white at a bit of pace, I think he struggles with that a bit. If I was going to be critical about a weakness in his game. And obviously that's just based off, I've only watched him play a couple of times. That's a poor shot, although the damage done isn't too great at this point in the frame. Doesn't really have a lot on offer here, Alan, except this ball on the side cushion, but he won't be upset about having to move that because it is one of his worst balls that is in open play.
To start the blocks. So on table 12, Clint Aiden and John Carver, all the blocks games are raced to 4. Please
Well, he's fluked it, but I don't really know if you want that in, to be fair, with all the cluster in play.
Come and let us know who wins. So table 12, Clint Aiden, John Carver. Table 13, Adam Langtree, Jabor. Table 13, Adam Langtree and Jabor.
Now, I don't know anything about Oland's
Table 14,
medical
Stephen
history,
Strata
obviously,
and Louis. Table 14,
but I have to
Stephen
wonder whether he
Strata
actually
and Louis.
has back
Table
issues.
15, Hal Pritchard and Joey.
I think he'd actually benefit a lot more if he could get a lot lower on the
Table
cue.
16,
So you can see how he's like this, but he's kind of quite high.
Tony Dallett and Lee Middleton. Table 16.
If he could actually just get his upper body more forward, get his shoulders forward, get lower on the cue, I actually think he'd cue a ball a lot better.
Table 19, Nelson and Josh Dinosky. 19, Josh.
No one's taken Stip yet, and I'll tell you what, he played very, very, very well in his last match. He's definitely dangerous at the moment.
Dan Lynch, Mike Bella.
So I think my team, is that Dax? Dax, is that you? You changed your name that many times, but that name's familiar. If you want to take him, yeah, let me know how much. You can have him. I'll take Raymond, and then neither of them win. We just call it a draw. He's definitely the better section of the draw, in my opinion, too. Good shot from Oland, but I think he was intending on coming off side cushion and bumping into the cluster. Problem he's got now is he's been potting balls, but he doesn't really have a clearance on. Dale, Gifford and Archie are currently 6-all. Oh, Reese, how are you, buddy? All right. So, Reese, you're on Stip. So far we've got Stip v Raymond. We've got Dale, provided he wins v Raymond, and there was one other, Mitch Adams, as well. I might have to write these down. Just do us a favour, guys. Just send us a message on Messenger, and that way we can just make sure it's all official.
Oh, you're managing bets, are you?
Yeah, mate. We're just having a bit of fun in the commentary.
Sweet.
What happened to you yesterday, mate? No good.
Friday, I went out.
Yes, Friday. Even worse.
Yeah. No, played pretty poor, and very very negative. Slipped very quickly into a very negative mindset.
Yeah, it's easy to do. Mark, yes you can. You can go to Poolstat, go to Victoria, and then you'll see Slate Intermediate Championship. You'll see all the Poolstat scores on there. Trent, already said to you, mate, 4-1.
What's this
You
for?
can have the field at 4-1 odds, mate.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I think that's fair.
I agree. That is fair.
In fact, I think I'm underdoing myself a little bit here. I'm getting 7 blokes to 1. Should be really 7-1, shouldn't it? Realistically, but we'll go 4-1.
Oh, yeah, why? Don't you have a lot of spares? Huh? You got like 3 chalks. Your case has like 8 chalks in it.
Oh, you can use it if you
Yeah, that's what I mean.
just don't take it home.
Yeah, obviously. I'm not going to nick your chalk. Yeah.
All right, Scotty's got a very good chance here to take a 6-3 lead, and then
Oh,
actually thought that missed.
that's a 3/4 butchering there.
It looked very wide, didn't it? But it found a way in.
No, he's promoted the black though. That was clever.
Don't think it needed promoting, but if anything, he's made this a bit trickier.
Yeah, so he's got to control the pace on the cut to the right hand side is sort of the key shot.
There's sort of 2 ways you can play this. You can draw this right back and play the stun on the
I see, yep.
off the side rail,
Mm-hmm.
or you can run this through as far as possible to leave yourself as minimal a cut as possible.
Table 18.
This is the safest way,
Yep.
and there's nothing wrong with overplaying this and leaving yourself half ball, because then you've got 2
That's true.
rail in behind the black for the opposite pocket. So it all comes down to how you feel. The worst thing you do here is try and land too neat and straight on it and undercut the yellow.
Yeah, I see. Very well played there.
Yep. See, if anything, I think I'd rather be higher on it. I'd rather be higher, so I've just got a natural line,
Yep.
natural angle to find a perfect line to land behind the black. Now you've either got to play this with you've kind of got to force it a bit, or you've got to play like a soft little stun for the opposite middle, maybe.
Well, are you? I think I am playing for the opposite middle. What are you doing?
With that angle, I think I am too. I think I'm just screwing on the side rail, but
Which on these faster cloths, it's just a little flick.
I've actually found though this line with this angle we've got on the camera, I'm getting so many angles wrong.
Yeah, okay.
But he's playing this.
Looks like
clean
he's
ball.
stunning around.
I think what's he doing here?
Stunning off 2 rails, isn't he? Oh no.
Okay, that's fine.
Oh yeah, 2 rails. There you go, called it.
I don't like where he's left the white, but bit of pressure on this. He's 5-3 up, but you got to remember these guys are playing for 20 grand. Every frame starts to mount in pressure as you get deeper into the tournament. How many of these guys with experience of playing in deep into tournaments have the ability to put the money out of their mind? I don't know. Once you get into a rhythm in a tournament, any thoughts of prize money, anything that just completely disappears.
Yep.
If you have expectations on yourself to do well in a tournament, and that's on your mind, it can certainly apply a lot more pressure to you. So the best thing you can really do when you're playing a tournament is just try not to care and just enjoy yourself out there and relax. Now it's easier said than done a lot of the time when you're under pressure, but that is the best thing you can do if you want to give yourself the best chance to win these things.
Certainly true. If you think to yourself before you pot a rather difficult ball, if I pot this, I win X amount of money, your chances of potting it are substantially decreased.
Instantly your focus has gone off the pot, hasn't it?
Yeah,
your mind's
exactly.
wandered,
Yep.
so you're not focused.
So I haven't seen much of the match. Have you seen much of it, or are you more watching the other matches?
Oh, we're watching the main ones.
Yeah.
This game has gone extremely slowly, although it has. They were 3-1 after an hour and 40 minutes, so the second half of this match has been way faster. And he's dumped the wide again. It's twice he's done it. Trying to get a bit more oomph into it. And look at Tem over there. Has he got any Calcutta shares, do you know, in Scotty? He's certainly...
I think Mark does, but Tem's just his mate. Everyone wants Scotty to win.
Well, he's in good shape at the moment.
Okay, so he's doing this now, and then I wonder what his plan is for that red just below.
I think it goes to
Does
the
it go to
opposite
the
pocket, yeah.
Oh, really?
I think the camera angle is deceiving. I think it
Yeah,
does
fair
actually
enough.
go.
So the camera's making the yellow look higher than it
Yeah,
is,
the
isn't it?
camera, the actual vision's gone blurry, although it's good now. I think someone's just in the way of the line. I'm pretty sure this goes. In fact, I think it flies in. Screw off the side
And,
rail,
I
land
mean,
straight.
these are... It's not too much that can go wrong here.
No, these actually link up beautifully.
Yeah.
In my eyes, it's the next shot that's the most important because he wants the line to just float into between the yellow and the red, and then they're all pretty much just drop-ins.
Couldn't possibly say, Jamo. It's impossible.
Is Jamo still trying to pull the whole, he's the best commentator and he should be here and not me? Mate, all you have to do is get in your car and start the engine, buddy.
I think Jamo is one of the greatest commentators we'll ever see. I know the term goat gets thrown around a fair
The one in
too
England.
often these days.
The one in England, you mean? Yeah, that's perfect.
That's really good, yeah.
Actually, if I'm being critical, he probably wants
A little bit
slight
shorter.
less angle. Although, as I said, the camera angle might be telling me fibs, and he might be perfect.
Well, his eyeing up that ball makes me think he can get on it, which means he's straighter than... Maybe not.
I'm
Maybe
interested to
it's
see how
awkward.
he plays this shot after this, though.
Yeah?
Yeah, because
You mean
there's two
scoot
ways
back
you
to the
can-
rail or try and stun out to the...
I don't think he's got more angle than he
Yeah,
wants.
okay. Does he have to go down for the other two first?
Yeah, I think look at the line he's
Yep.
taking this on. I think he's got way more angle than he needs. He's
Oh
pinched
no,
the
he
pocket.
pinched it.
No, he's
Can he
alright.
get past the yellow? Whoa! So we've had an earthquake here.
So, depending on his line on this one, although he's not even is he just checking the line he wants, or is he? No, he's playing it now. Surely you play this one.
No, he's
first.
looking for the line, yeah.
Now, if he's got any angle to clear that yellow, he needs to
Yep.
screw to the side rail
Yep,
and
yep.
out. Not play to land plumb, play to the side rail. It's a bad shot.
That was not good.
Now,
These were tap
Ben's
ins.
not here for a replay, but I'm interested to see where he popped that red in the pocket. If he put it central, dead centre of the pocket, then he could have pinched a bit and cleared that yellow.
Gotta go, everyone.
Some blonksing. It is. It used to be. I used to be a blonk comp specialist. I was very good at not qualifying. Righto, Trent, you're on. Jamo, you love a punt. Pick one person to draw you want to win, and how much you want on him to win it, and we've got a bet, mate. Provided it's not the same guy I want.
Andrews, 24. Bruce McCullough, player for Andrews, over 24.
And Scotty has fouled, hasn't hit a rail. Olan gets a chance, although does this yellow to the right side cushion near the middle. I think it's on into the middle where he can just put the white ball behind it and drop it in. But even then, this is still not a simple clearance. There's a lot of balls that are kind of near cushions, but they're still all on. But needs to find a way to link all these up quite nicely. Okay, that was actually more comfortable than it looked. So my way of thinking here is pop this ball in the middle, get straight on the yellow to that's near the black, run through for the ball in the middle, transition up to these two balls that are in balk line, and that ball over the middle is the last ball to the black. That's how I would make this clearance, personally. There are more than one ways to get it. That's just how I would have personally taken it. The main reason I would have gone that way is very, very minimal white ball required. Archie has gone 7-6 up on Dale Gifford and is on the hill. Jamo, you are absolutely off your head. Go away and have a think about what you're saying and come back to me when you've got some brains in your head. You're picking one player versus my one player, and if neither of them win, it's a draw. Not just straight out outright winner. We have a player each. Good shot. Plays these little delicate shots into the middle quite well, Olan. But as you can see now, these balls that he's sort of left till last that I would like to have cleared earlier, he needs to be much neater now. He doesn't have a great angle on this yellow into the middle to just roll them all in. He's sort of got to stun between the two yellows now and find the correct line. So well, bad luck, Jamo. That's who I picked, so we're not on. I picked him before the tournament even started. So this yellow goes. That's a bonus. I didn't realise that. He's lost the white, though. Now things... Pressure is mounting now. 6-3 down, don't forget. I don't need to do anything, Jamo. I'm the one with the mic here. You've just got a keyboard worrying fingers. So I will stick to my player. So Olan, one good pot. White ball is going to get away from a little bit here, I think. Yeah, it's got away from a little bit. This is tricky. May have a line here to actually with a natural line. Either cannons the black or slightly drifts past it, which is probably not much good except for this corner pocket. So could take a risk and give it a bit more pace and guarantee cannon on the black and just see what happens if he doesn't like anything else. Yep, that's what he's done. And you know what? You couldn't argue with that outcome. It's a good result. Still has to make this though. How many times do you see someone take these on and miss the pot? And stays extremely still on the shot. If you have a good look at his back arm there, you'll see he's got a very loose grip, which is a good thing. You don't want to be choking the cue, especially on shots like that under pressure. 6-4, he's still alive. Oh, Jamo, just... You know how you're always putting in Facebook groups how don't type unless you can play? Don't type unless you can come up with something realistic. I'll tell you what I'll do, Jamo. I know he's 6-4 down. I'll give you 5-1. That he just doesn't win the tournament. Score with Dale and Archie is now 7-all. We can't get a camera on that frame. There's just too many bodies in the room. So yeah, just keep an eye on the pool stat. I'll let you know once the match finishes. Stuart Williams has just beaten Alex Alabakis 8-7 as well. I'll tell you what, it's going to be a very interesting semi-finals when we get down to it to see just how well people play. Who wants to be an intermediate and who wants to have to go up. I've actually put forward a change to this comp next year for Joel in regards to the prize money for the top 4 players. Interested to see if it actually gets put into effect. So, good break from Scott. The white ball's gone into a awkward position though. Actually thought he potted ball, my mistake. So Olan on the yellows, and I think this is another situation where he doesn't want to go crazy and just potting balls randomly without a proper plan to deal with this yellow that's stuck in between the triangle of reds. It's very easy to just start potting balls and then realise later on you've left a difficult ball and no way to deal with it. So he just needs, I mean, this shot here, if he takes this on and gets it, he needs to start thinking about that ball. And he will have a good link up to it. And this is the shot right now where he can get into it. And he'd be very, very hard done by to not have a link up here. So this, to me, is a money ball shot for this frame. He needs, yeah, he's digging into it now. Any contact on that red yellow fairly full will be good. Yep, and he's got the link up, as I said. And now the trickiest ball actually becomes the one the white ball's closest to. Because in the pattern, it doesn't link up as well. So whether he can actually play for a line where he's got the just over half ball cut, and soft screw it in and just hold the line so he lands between the two yellows at the top end of the table. We'll see what he does. So he hasn't done what I've said, but he is on it now. And difficult to tell the angle he's got on that, whether it's going into the reds or if he's got an angle to just come straight back. Into the reds is not ideal. So he had enough to get by, and this has landed a little awkward. Tell you what, if that had just rolled on another inch, he would have been absolutely over the moon. But now, He's just got he's got a soft stun off the side rail. Land as straight as he can on this last yellow. It's going to be medium to long range shot. Hey Roy, how are you, buddy? So here we go. I'm pretty sure he's got to stun this. No, he's playing plain ball, so he mustn't have any offline. So he's got the 2-rail line that goes into the line of this. Oh, he's overcut it by a mile trying to find that line. It's a poor shot. He'll be disappointed with that. Still waiting for a result on Dale, Gifford and Archie, folks. I know there's a few people keen on that result. 7-all at the moment. Just got this feeling Scotty's just going to play this red to the left of the thread. It's a triangle and play a snooker behind the other 2 reds. Just got this feeling that's what he's going to do. Even if he played it and stunned into the red that's most to the right, he'd guarantee himself a snooker as well, but a bit more risky. He's not doing, he's playing the plant. Wow, must be very set. There's a bit of gap between these. Played it well. So they're all there for him. Got to hold his nerve, pick the right patterns. So I can promise you one thing, this will not be a fast clearance, should he get them all. You can see here he's just triple checking everything. And I'm still wondering whether he's actually mapped this entire clearance or if he's just mapping this end first. Now I'm going to assume that red passes the yellow to the left pocket. And should it be the case, these two link up very nicely indeed. But even now, he looks like he's just a bit off angle. So he's looking at this end of the table, deciding, okay, how am I going to deal with these? For me personally, if I'm linking these balls up, I'm more concerned with which ball I'm using to get onto them, which is most likely going to be the one that's sort of most on its own. Just trying to land as straight as I can on it, just to drift through a little bit. The ball on the cushion it's probably going to be my last ball where I just have a shot where I can flick it in with a touch of side and widen the angle for the black in the middle. But even this doesn't look straight, so I think he's going to be using the rail. I just feel like this could break down at any moment. He's stunning it, so maybe I'm misreading. Oh, okay, just interesting. He's gone up for them now. Maybe this red does not pass the yellow, and he's chosen to go this way so we can run through it and get on the red in the other corner. It would be a nice bit of information to definitely have confirmation on. But now he's looking at the ball in the middle, so perhaps that red is on and he's going to make it his last ball. And he's chose, if you're going to leave that ball on its own, wouldn't it be your last ball to link to the black? And maybe you can play this with a touch of running side and just clear the yellow. So now he's playing the ball that's not on the rail. So it definitely was on. He's got good angle now to get back to this ball on the cushion. And he just needs to land about, I guess, a ball and a half to 2 balls length from the cushion on this red. So he can just flick it in with some side and play for the black in the middle. I don't know what's happening yet. All I see is a scoreline, sorry, and it's still 7-all. I can't see the match from here. We've got no camera on it. There's a lot of people in the way. Okay, probably a little higher than he would have liked, but as I said, if you play this with left-hand side, just a little bit of bottom, so you're aiming around about between 8 and 9 o'clock on the white ball. Back your cueing. Playing it with that side will actually help it along the cushion. Should land nicely on the black. Whatever you do here, you cannot decelerate on this shot. I'm not sure how Scotty plays these shots, given that I think when it comes to him using side with a little bit of pace, I think that's probably his weakness. So let's just see how he goes. He's actually playing this plain ball, so he's definitely not playing the shot I've suggested. Well, he's played it with running. Well, geez, I think Olan needs to play a double on the yellow here and just play the turnover and leave the white ball in the jaws. What else can he do? Just don't flick off it and kill the yellow to the rail. Play the double and bring it into play. Depending on the line, he could play the clean pot and take the white ball up and use the other yellow as a snooker ball, but that looks far more difficult. I don't know why he's hitting this bottom. Oh, he's gone that way. He doesn't want to pot this. Oh, it's gone a little bit too close to the cushion than what he would have liked. And this is a big black coming up here. Because this yellow is not really in play like it could have been, probably can play this black as a bit of a shot to nothing to the top left-hand corner. I'm not sure if it goes to the bottom right or not. Oh, sorry, top right, bottom right. But even though the blind pocket shot is far more difficult, the white ball would definitely be in a better position. So Dale Gifford has 187. So Duvlak, we are on, my friend. And that's exactly what he's played. He's played the safety with the white. And I'll tell you what, he will not be unhappy with where that's landed. So Olan, you have a decision to make. Do you play the full-blooded pot to the corner, play for the double on the yellow, or do you play it off 2 rails and play it for the middle, or do you use that ball on the rail to try and get a snooker? They're all options. Oh, geez, he's really got across the line on that. I really do think Olan would benefit so much from fixing up this action of his. I really do think, because he's so twisted on the shot, I really think if he squared up his hips and got him down low on the shot and had his hips facing the line of the shot, he just wouldn't overcut so many of those by such large margins. I know he's under pressure, but I just see it as a genuine technical flaw that he could really improve on and just elevate his game. Hello, Kim Buck. Not sure who Kim Buck is in real life. So, yeah, he's done a few fist pumps throughout this match. So 6-4 7-4, sorry, on the hill. And every time Oland's got to play a clearance, it seems like it's difficult or he's just falling over towards the end. Good, mate. So well played today. Hard to bag you out when you're playing well, mate. Duvlak, can you send me a message in Messenger, mate?
Mark Williams, table 19. Brendan O'Brien, Mark Williams, table 19. Brent Bowes, Kamal Singh, table 6. Brent Bowes, Kamal Singh, table 6. Nick Martin, Dan Sinclair, table 8. Nick Martin, Dan Sinclair, table 8. Emmanuel Thompson, Dave England, table 9. Emmanuel Thompson, Dave England, table 9. Frank Livanici, Norm Bashara, table 10. Frank Livanici, Norm Bashara, table 10. Melvin Chadwick, Chester Philly, table 11. Melvin Chadwick, Chester Philly, table 11. Just a reminder, all Bronx games are best of 4. The drawing is up on full track if you want to take a look. And another reminder to the winner, please let us know as soon as your game is done so we can get the next round up.
Okay, now the announcements are out of the way. We'll continue the commentary. Scotty wanting to close the match out here. On the yellows, this big shot coming up because this could open things wide open. It's a good shot. It's a very good shot. He hasn't got the greatest of results, but he does have a pot to the corner. Can stun the wide as well and be on the other potentially trickier ball. Other issue obviously is the black. I think it only goes to the centre, left centre. Just needs to be careful he doesn't push the boat out too far here because this can go wrong. Because if he doesn't leave this ball over the pocket till last to at least try and find the angle around the other side of the table with the black in the middle, the chance of him getting it off the one on the balk line is very minimal. So just needs to be careful about how he goes about this. And this is the last match left before we complete the last 16. The foghorn from WA, that could be a number of players, but is that Dax? You change your name on you that much, mate. I can't keep up with you. And I've been MIA for a long time. So Scotty's got a good angle here to just transition centre table, so he's on that yellow and bulk. And he wants an angle where he can just stun to the side rail, the far rail as we view the screen. So that way he's got the correct line to get to the right side of the table off the ball over the pocket. He's already worked it all out. It's a matter of executing now. And believe me, the position on the black from that bottom of the pocket won't be easy. So Blanc's comp is underway. Winners already starting to come to the desk to report their wins. Well, he's actually screwed back. Well, he obviously was dead straight. This is not easy, folks. He's got a lot of traffic to contend with here, and he's got to get into the wide as well. So, see, the reason I liked it on the side rail is you could have played a plain ball with just a touch right inside and played for the cannon on the red. Like just even if you land short of it, you're completely fine. But if you cannon it, you're on the black. Now he's that shot's much more difficult to play. He's kind of got to get in this and play underneath the reds along the bottom rail. Okay, where does this go? He's played the double. He's actually playing for the double. Okay. Now you're probably wonder why I didn't see that shot. I will never play for a double unless I absolutely have to. I would much rather try and get on that because I'm crazy. This to me is a harder shot than playing the position on the black. But a lot of people not afraid to play the doubles. And you know what? As it stands, he's given himself a decent line at it. So big shot coming up for the match. Should he miss it, all the reds are there. So he'll know the importance of this black. Not to mention extra minimum $1,500 in his pocket. That's missed by a long way, has it? Yep. So Olan still lives to fight another day. Where the black has landed, though, he has obstructed the red, so he's got... It's not as simple as what it could have been. He doesn't have to pull the trigger. He doesn't have to try and make the clearance at this visit. Even though they're still there, he's got a red that links up really nicely to this red to the corner if he leaves those two till last. But he doesn't have to pull the trigger. He's eyeing this up now. See, me personally, if you're under pressure at 7-4 and you're not feeling it, I don't know if you want to take this long ball on. See, I still don't think he's really worked out a clearance plan yet, where he knows every single ball he's taken in what order. And the longer he leaves these two balls, the more accurate he's going to need to be on that ball in the middle, or if he still plays for the corner ball, where he's putting all his eggs in one basket for the pressure. I don't think he's worked out which way he's going yet. So even this, he's got a line where if he runs through, he's going to be really straight on the red. You're better off bringing that back so you can just stun the white dead, and then you've got an angle to run up the table. These are really basic little things that you've got to get right. I see this unraveling. See, now he's got angle going the other way, but he's got to force it, or now he's going to have to play this long ball, which he denied earlier, and he probably couldn't get any better on it than what he was. And now he's looking at the ball in the middle, which, as I said, I would much rather be on that ball in the middle and just play the other one to the corner. But it's all choices. It's all what you prefer. but there's definitely no flow, no rhythm at the moment. It's a lot of pressure. Hasn't quite run far enough, and I tell you what, I would not blame him if he overcut this red to the jaw, took the white ball off 2 to 3 rails and played a safety. I know that sounds super negative, but getting on this red now off the 3 rails for that corner, the bulk corner, is not easy. So do not be surprised if he does play the shot I've suggested, but I don't even know if it'll enter his mind. I think all he's thinking about is, how do I get on this red if I pot this? He has played the safety, but he's left it on. That was an insane way to play it, because you required so much accuracy, overcutting the red and making sure the white has to run into a safe position. It was a far better choice. And I feel the story of this match has been missed chances from Olam when the clearance is there after Scotty's made an error, and he just hasn't been able to capitalise. Scotty's been gifted quite a number of frames from what I've seen. I think, in my opinion, Scott will need to play better if he's going to win his next match. Although, as I said, I don't know who Stewart is. Oh, wow, he's missed. He's actually tried to double it, as he missed it by that much. Feeling the pump to get over the line. It's all pressure, folks. Every ball is missable. This, by no means, is a simple shot at 7-4 down. If you're 7-4 up, you probably feel this is not too bad. He looks better on the shot than he did the last shot that he played that was like this. And nails it. Yeah, you can just sort of, I tell you, you can sort of tell when he gets down on the shot whether you think he's going to pot or not, just by the line he takes. So, you think he plays well in the middle too, Oland, so 7-5 it's going to be. And everyone will have to continue to wait for the quarterfinals. Got away with that one. Both of them did in ways. And I'll tell you, if Olam wins the next frame to go 7-6, we will find out how much pressure affects Scott Fraser moving into the ending stages of this match. Olam's got himself a fresh beverage. Could be a bit of a nerve stopper.
Warren Hume, table 14, Aki and Warren, table 14.
Duvlak, still need you to send me a message in Messenger, mate, so I know who you are. Yeah, not the quickest match. Stuart Williams is I've just been told, is a Div 1 player in EDPL. Has played for a long time, has a decent safety game which puts him in positions to win frames. So some good insight there for those who don't know him. So, initial look at the table, I feel you need to sort of take yellows. Just because of that red that's on the right side cushion that's obstructed by the yellow. Obviously you don't want to be potting that too soon. But as far as making a clearance at this visit. They're not ideal.
Gavin Roberts, table 13. Forest Classic, Gavin Roberts, table 13.
There is an argument for reds because there is a red nearby that if you can get onto, you can just flick the red into play. Oh, that's a crucial miss. I think if Olan can pop this red in the corner over the pocket and hold that line I spoke about, where he can just flick this red off the cushion, reds may be the choice now. Only danger there is if he doesn't get on that red he brings out, there's no linking ball. So this match started at 10 a.m. We've been going 3 hours and 9 minutes. It's a long match. I do have to wonder, I'm not sure if a shot clock is being brought in for the quarters or not, but I do have to wonder if it is, and if Scott goes on and wins this match, if that will have an impact on his performance. So here comes the shot I spoke about. Line looks like he needs to stun a little bit rather than play the natural line. Don't want to overstun this. Oh, that's a good shot. Very good shot. But, having said that, he's hit the red that well that he's made the plant, the two-ball plant in the middle harder. So he may have to play the more difficult red to the corner pocket now. He's going to take this three-ball plan on. The white ball could really go astray here. He needs to be careful. Yeah, that was dangerous. He's actually not got the worst result in the world. He's completely annihilated that yellow. The red still goes, and all other three reds are in a vicinity where you can link them up. So it's not the worst outcome in the world for him. I understand as well that the focus is going in and out, but that is due to obviously the camera's autofocus and the players moving around the table, so there's not much we can do about it at the moment. In my opinion, it's too late in the match now to bring in a timer. I think if you're going to have a timer, unless a player requests it just because of deliberate slow play, I don't think Scott's playing deliberately slow. I just think he is slow. So I think it would be, if you're going to do it, you'd need to do it at the start of the match. That's just my personal opinion. If Olan requested a timer, he'd be well within his rights to do that, and then the tournament would actually have to provide one. But I think we just let him slug it out personally. At the end of the day, you know, the tournament goes an extra 30, 40 minutes. You guys are still, I assume, enjoying the match, watching these two guys just trying to survive under pressure. Meanwhile, Scotty has played a very good snooker there as well. He's put Olan in a little bit of trouble. The one cushion escape, very difficult because of the black, so opting for the two cushion. Oh, he's caught the yellow. So ball in hand. It's not the worst ball in hand in the world compared to if it was later in the frame, because of this yellow that is stuck to the red. However, Scott does have a choice here where, me personally, I would be taking the white ball, I'd be putting it behind the one that's just near the balk line, and then I'd be playing the white ball to the bottom cushion and then playing for the cannon on that yellow. And the reason I'd get rid of that yellow first is because it's awful. And he hasn't thought of it. He's just thought the first thing he's thought of is, how can I bring the bad yellow into play? But mark my words, that yellow that's near the reds could come back and haunt him. Oh, he's promoted the red and killed the yellow.
Just a reminder for anyone playing the box, you do have to come in without slow.
Has got a double on it now though. And almost feel like he needs to play it if he's going to commit to this. You're not going to land on it better than that, in my opinion. The back doubles like that are probably easier to play than most doubles. He's eyeing it off. White ball, I think, is his main concern, but probably just needs to stun the white a little bit so it holds to the cushion a little more. And he'll have that linking ball in bulk. If he lets this run a bit, things could go wrong. He's let it run. But things have gone well in the end. He's actually landed on this ball that I said could be a problem for him. And I still don't think it's ideal. I still think this has got a lot of work in it. But he looks like he's, this is the fastest I've seen him go down to address the ball this frame so far. So I think he's already comfortable in what he's about to do. It's too straight, in my opinion. He's got some angle, but he needs to get into this. And I just really think if he had played that ball, very first shot with ball in hand, it wouldn't have even been a factor. But let's see how this pans out. I do really think, as I said earlier, I feel that his cue power is one of his weaknesses. He really cues out of one side of his face too, doesn't he? I didn't realise that. He's played that well. Oh, his angle looks like... It's one of those angles where it's not enough angle and also too much. You can't play a plain ball. You kind of got to either run through it and it's not ideal, or punch it across. I see this going wrong, Steve. I see this going wrong. I don't think he gets this. This is my call. No, I'm not being negative, Connor. I'm just assessing the game as I see it. I think they're fair, realistic things. I think there you go. I've called the fact that he missed that because he's got to put. As I said, his cue power is one of his biggest weaknesses, in my opinion. When he's got to start doing something with it, he tends to miss. But he's got a great result with the yellow, so he'll be delighted with that.
Hey, yo.
Brendan Hutchings, Trent Mason, table 15. Brendan Hutchings, Trent Mason, table 15.
You can almost take this on with too much worry. Getting position from the yellow of the pocket to the last yellow down that end of the table might not be easy. Good pot. Now I think we're going to see a snooker. Although having said that, that red probably goes underneath the yellow, and the line that he's got for this red in the middle is a nice line to bump the other red into play and make it on. He's playing the safety. I don't blame him. He'll hate that outcome. But the up and down, obviously not too difficult. And with where those two reds have landed, there's just no way you can deny it now. And if he can take it cushion first and catch the yellow on the right side as we look at it now, he's an excellent chance to actually snooker him on the other red too. The problem with it, though, is he may put his yellow into an unprobable position with that red. So, a bit to think about. Must make contact. Hasn't made contact. He's left ball in hand. And if those two reds didn't land the way they have, this would be a very comfortable clearance in comparison to what it actually is now. He still has a very excellent chance. I'm assuming that red does pass underneath the yellow. Whether it goes clean or not is important to know, because getting on the black, it's much easier if you can pot it clean and you'll just have like a little 1.5 foot stun back for the middle, or a line where he can just play it plain ball, come off the side cushion and play the black in the corner. So that will be his last ball. It's a matter of him potting these two, and second last ball he leaves himself an angle to get down to that red and give himself the correct line. So let's see how he goes about it. We can see there that he's just looking at the options, what line he'd like to transition to the black when it comes to getting to that point. So he's actually going to run through this, play the red in the corner after it, wants an angle to get down the table. One thing I like about Olane's game, have a look how loose his grip is. That looks like a good line. Doesn't want to over-screw this with adrenaline. Needs to pick a good sort of foot square area of the table to land in, where he's not dead straight on that red and on the cushion. Needs to be off the cushion. That's the most important thing. It's okay if he's just off straight. It's okay to screw off the rail and back out as well. He's overplayed this a little bit if he's played to land on it neat. That's why I say if you use the cushion as well and let the bounce take it, you're more likely to land in a better position than trying to be super accurate and land on a small area. Now, does this go clean? If it does, he should still be okay. It didn't go clean, I feel. Or maybe it didn't, he's just tried to hold the white too much. And you know what's going to happen here, folks. A turnover is inevitable. And Scott is about to go a massive favourite to win this match. I know he does this. This is very straightforward, but this is what Scott does. He takes extra care and makes sure that everything that he's about to execute is absolutely perfect. So he will study this until he is 100% confident in his mind that this is the shot to play and that this will be the match winner. Wow, I'm actually surprised he's played it clean. I thought he'd play it on the right side and leave the white in the jaws, because this allows the cross table shot now. And the way I lands, look at this. This must be pottable to the corner, the one that's closest to the bottom of our screen. Big shot. But when you're in this position, there's not a lot of choices on offer, and you've just got to take what is on. So a very, very big shot coming up here to stay alive in the match. Also needs to be very careful of the in-off in the middle. I'm talking the one closest to us, not the far one. And there it is, folks. The in-off in the middle, as I said. Had to be careful of that. Black has landed in a slightly awkward position where, you know, it is missable. If that goes center table, that black, obviously you just say automatic match over. But because it's sort of near a cushion and it's sort of halfway up the table, You know, he's got to get right behind it. He's got to be neat. I think the best way to, and he's already looking at it, I was just about to say, I think the best way to play this is eliminate the ball center table first and just give yourself an angle to just flick off the yellow and let the white ball just naturally glide up into the line of the black to be straight in that corner pocket. That way there's no real execution required, playing a stun shot or anything like that. You're just letting the white ball do its thing. And the most important thing is just catching the correct thinness of the yellow. So here we go, folks. Scott Fraser, 3 balls away from a quarter-finals berth. So if I'm Scott here, I walk around. Yep, he's doing exactly what I'm about to say. I walk around, I look at this line, and I visualise landing right behind this black, about a foot to 1.5 feet behind it. There's a beautiful shot. He's given himself every chance, and now he just needs to hold his nerve, get through the ball nice and clean, and he will be a quarterfinal player. No, Steve, he's going to double it. I fancy him to get this. Oh, he's missed it. He's missed it. He didn't really, he didn't commit. He just sort of pushed the cue at it. He didn't commit to it. So Olan continues the fight. He gets a strawberry. And 7-6. Sorry, folks. You'll have to wait until the quarterfinals begin. What, just then? I would never have played for the middle there. I still wouldn't have played. 100% I'd have played exactly how we played that, yes. You've just got to get the pot. But the thing is, he didn't cue it. He pushed it. So if you cue it, you're much better chance to pot that. Not but punch it, but not smash it. You're just timing the ball in. As soon as you push the cue at it, you just as soon as you push the cue, suddenly back arm starts to move a little bit, or you drop your shoulder, or your wrist moves, or something crazy happens because you're just not committing, and then that's what happens. I did say earlier on before this frame started, if Olan gets to 6, we're going to see how Scott plays under pressure. He's still in front 7-6, but he's had 2 chances now to close out this match. Can this be the frame he does it? Not sure whose break it is. I think it's Scott's break. I'm not sure. But regardless of the level you play pool, folks, you have to find this somewhat entertaining. Both players are really feeling it out there. They're fighting their guts out for a spot in the quarterfinals and a chance for the big coin. So just to give you a recap, current quarterfinalists, the 7 players that are through to the quarterfinals. Scott Healy will be playing Steven Suricek. Yeah, I got it right. The winner of this match here will play Stuart Williams. Mitch Adams playing Dylan Vonderwall, and Dale Gifford playing Raymond Dunn. I'm hoping that they put the 2 bottom matches on the stream. Personally, I think they will probably be the best 2 matches. I think the bottom of the draw is probably a little heavier than the top side, but as I said, other people may have different opinion on that. So we've got the opinions coming through on the chat now. Some people are saying Olan's going to make the comeback and run over the top and win. I'm pretty sure there's plenty of support for Scotty on the stream. There's a few Europeans tuning in. Dan's come back to the commentary after getting slapped in the Blancs comp. I'm just assuming that since he said the word garbage. So Olan's on his phone giving his grandmother an update because she doesn't have internet at home. Actually, I think they're just checking whose break it is. 7-6. Yep. Just in case you've tuned in, you're wondering why are we using this angle to watch this match? Well, this isn't one of our mainstream tables, so this is the best we could do. Better than nothing. Yeah, feel free to critique my commentary. I'm not everyone's cup of tea. Some people like me, some people can't stand me, and well, you can't make everyone happy, and I'm okay with that. All I know is it's probably better to hear someone's voice on here than a radio silent clanging of balls every now and then. And ball goes in off the break, and it was Olan's break, not Scott's. And look at the Reds initially. I say that and then I just wander my eyes down to the balk area and see that there is a red obstructed by a yellow. There is another red in the vicinity to potentially bring it into play. And he does have a couple of balls over the middle that he can use the left side short rail to take the wide into that pack as well. So there are choices for Olan here. I think Reds are the balls. He's taking yellows. Well, that shows how much I know about the game. I would have taken reds, but having said that, if this yellow is on near the red, they are all on. I think this shot he's about to play now is going to tell a lot more about how this is going to go. He's got the ball in the corner, he's the far corner, which he's going to play first, but I have to wonder how he's going to link these up. Really can't tell whether this yellow is that accessible or not, whether it's obstructed by the red. Now, if you're committing to the clearance, and this yellow isn't on, obviously there is an argument to go into yellow and red now if this ball in the corner. However, if it doesn't pan out where you're on it, you will have a tricky linking ball to the other end of the table. So, decision time for Olan. Does he pull the trigger and have a go at this, or does he just pull up a little bit? You know, potentially something like this yellow he's looking at now, put it over the pocket and just take the white ball to the rail and play a safety. That's not the worst option in the world. The way he's lining this up, though, he's going to pot it. So I'm still not sure whether this yellow goes. It's near the red or not. He hasn't really given it a huge amount of attention. But if it doesn't go, he's running out of balls to develop it with. Tell you what I love, you see Olan queuing the ball right now. If you take a still of his action right there, his stance, I would love to see him turn those hips into the shot. That will allow him to get flatter down on the cue, and I think you would find he would cue the ball a lot better. So you'll see here, his hips, they sort of go sideways towards the other table rather than facing the line of the shot. Although you can see that back foot of his, it's twisted in, which is assisting him pulling his hips straighter. So he's got a few things there where he could actually just slight tweaks, and I think be a huge benefit to him. Now the way he's done this, I still can't tell what's going on as far as his plan is with this yellow. Could just bump it out now and leave the white hard up on the red and bring his yellow into play. He's still looking to see whether he thinks this yellow is on or not. Honestly, I think he's pushed the boat out that far now. I really think a safety on this yellow now. Just kill the red and just leave no shot. Put pressure on Scott. Scott can't sit down. He can't stop moving. He's moving side to side. He's got so much energy. Tell you what, that's a good shot if this yellow is on. Now I'll tell you now, if this is tight, if he was going to miss this shot, he's perfect. Okay, I've just been told he's perfectly on it. If he does miss this shot though, it will be to the thick side because he'll be worried about contact on the red. What's Tranny doing? He's making himself relevant. Oh, apparently it's miles on. Okay. So one good shot, and he's going to have to play a long-range black too, don't forget, because he's just going to stun him to the red, and he has. So here we go. This is a big shot, folks. 7-6 down. Thanks, Bull Shark Coaching, for your donation, buddy. Much appreciated. Here we go, folks. Will it be 7-6 or will Scott Fraser come to the table? Bang! In it goes. Little fist pump, 7-all. I think it deserves it. That is an excellent shot under pressure, folks. And you have to feel that Olan has momentum, is now favourite to win this match. Although it's one frame pool now, anything can happen.
Jack Gaffman, Michael Cody, table 8. Jack Gaffman, Michael Cody, table 8.
What a time to produce a master break, eh? It's 7-6 down. And not knowing whether that yellow was on the entire clearance until right at the end was so difficult to tell what he was up to. But that shot that he played in the middle to find the gap and then land on that yellow was an excellent shot. You can see here, folks, plenty of people here at Bar 8 at Slate today, and lots of Blancs comps matches going on in the background. All right, here we go. Scott Fraser to break for the final frame. Red ball in. And I'll tell you what, he might look at the yellows. He might look at the reds. They're both not bad. My initial feel, I wonder if this red goes down the rail past the yellow. I might be able to check. I've got the nod, it does. I still think yellows are the balls. No, it doesn't go. Okay, we've got confirmation it doesn't go. I think yellows are probably the balls. He can play the yellow that's where there's two of them on the balk line. You can play that one first. He's got a linking ball to the middle. Or he's got the one over the corner as well if things don't quite go to plan. But you can play it with a little bit of authority and kick the other one off. It's not going to do it. I mean, you don't have to do that. You can pull it back. You can play them both individually as well. probably less risk in that. Just depends on how you like playing balls down cushions, really. Okay, here we go. So this must go clean past the other yellow. So I think the trickiest part of this clearance now is just, he just needs to find a fairly accurate area of the right side of the table of the black when he transitions to these final 3 yellows. But he very well could make these. And, oh, he's missed the pot. Olan gets a chance. And if I'm Olan here, I'm not in too much of a hurry to try and make the clearance. There's a really good safety on offer at the bottom end of the table in the balk line. Having said that, though, actually, I changed my mind on this. Those 2 yellows where he's just missed that yellow, they've actually fallen into a really awkward position. So I am probably tempted to attack here. Get on this ball on the cushion as soon as possible. Good queuing required on this shot. Lovely pause. I don't know if you've noticed that or not, but I criticised, well, not criticised, but commented potentially how I feel Olan could get himself in a position to cue the ball better. But to me, it looks like he's settled down really well and he's getting through the ball nicely. That was a lovely pause, beautiful delivery of the cue. And he's got a couple of decisions to make now. He has this potential shot to nothing double in play here for himself. Not sure if this red closest to the cue ball passes the other one. But if it does, is he got the line to screw back to the side rail and land behind that red on the cushion? These are all things I'm not 100% sure about because I can't tell exactly the line from this angle we've got. But if this is a clean pot and he can screw back to the side rail and land behind that ball on the cushion, that's what he will want to do. He can link it up with the ball in bulk and then just transition down for his final 2 reds and the black. So good opportunity this. Well, there you go. That wasn't clean. I don't know if I like that shot. I'll tell you why I don't. The 2 yellows that were the most awkward, he now has a turnover shot where he can actually make them less awkward and leave the white in the jaws for a very tricky opening red or a long pot. So I think Scott has to play this turnover. I don't think he's got lots of choices here.
There's only won 3 in a row, is he? Or is it 2?
No, he's won 3 in a row.
Alright.
And I feel he's currently in the box seat in this frame.
So what's he on?
He's on the Reds.
The Reds, yeah. Are you playing turnover on the left? Starting into the ball and just hoping this ball on the rail saves you?
That's exactly what I'm doing.
Yeah.
Those 2 yellows were the worst 2 on the table. They've got to be dealt with as soon as possible. And he may even be able to cut one of them off that's over the pocket too.
Oh, that's a great result.
Played it well.
Well done, Scotty. You hero.
He has, though, left this red on. I would have liked to have just left it really deep in the jaws myself.
Yep, so a softer shot.
Yeah, I know it leaves this red on he's close to the white now, but there's quite a tricky blind pocket pot. So these are still all on if he makes this opening pot. And Olan's queuing has definitely come good in the last couple of frames. Once again, though, Rick needs to call on good queuing here. You can see he's got a stun there, so he's digging down a bit. Played it well.
So you reckon if Olan gets through this, he might be favourite now that he's got his queuing going in this long match here? Or
favourite to win the comp?
Yeah.
Well, he would be running into... I don't know anything about Stuart other than his EDPL player in Melbourne. I haven't actually ever seen him play, so I can't even call a favourite on that. But, you know, Stuart's won 8-7 on Alex. I would pick Olan to win it just based on my lack of knowledge on Stewart, but tell me anyone that's picked every single match correctly this weekend. No one.
Or Eddie. I think every call I've made has been incorrect this whole weekend, so...
Missed that by some margin, and what a chance here for Scott Fraser. These are very gettable.
Most awkward are the two yellows under the black, would you say?
Yeah, I spoke earlier when he was looking at making the clearance and he jawed a ball as he was going to transition to these last three. He needs to land in a nice little neat square at that quadrant to the right of the black.
Right. We're dividing things into quadrants now, are we?
Oh, you know, you got to mix up the words now and then.
Yeah, true. Variety.
Just wondering how much angle he's got here, whether he can actually hold the white.
Does look like an awkward shot. I think he needs to slightly stun it to avoid the middle. Would be my read of the angle.
Yeah, this is one of these shots where you pull the grip up on your hand a little bit, on your backhand, just so you can't decel, but you can also kill the white. A lot of people.
So you use a more compact action for this
absolutely.
one?
Absolutely. See where his grip is there, where it's still 90 degrees?
Yeah.
I'd be pulling that in about an inch, half an inch to an inch. There's no deceleration option then, and you can still get through the ball, but you can also kill the white. So this could run. No, it's not too bad.
Played that real well.
So now
he's using them. If he gets low enough, he can use the middle to float down to that quadrant that you identified earlier.
Correct. So he needs to draw this back. Probably what? So the angle's so hard to tell at this table, but what is it? Probably not much at all, really. Or does he even need to run through? It's hard to tell. Just looking at the balk line, you draw a direct line to the centre pocket. I think maybe where it is right now is not bad. But every shot that he plays, oh geez, this action's not ideal. He's got a long bridge here. He's going to need to cue it well, stay still.
Woodsy style.
He does stay still well though, Scott.
I'll guess he's got good angle here, based on how camera angles are weird.
Slightly too much angle, I think.
Oh really? I would not think that. Oh, I see what you mean. You're right. Yeah, he might be. Yeah, okay.
I tell you, if he can pick the line on that yellow that's obstructed by the black as far as our vision's concerned, he is home and hosed.
Home and hosed.
Yep.
What does hosed mean?
Oh, that's perfect.
Sharp.
I think that's perfect.
Oh, Scotty.
What's his body language tell us? Not a hell of a lot.
Yeah, no, he's keeping.
Is it perfect or not? If he's on that yellow, they are all now just roll-ins.
We are.
Well, that's what we're trying to figure out. If he's on it, he's home. If he's not on it, this can still go wrong. Because he would have to then play either a drawback on this ball over the middle or play the far one, come off the cushion and try and land on just off straight to run through for that final yellow. And you probably want to play with a touch of right hand side, use two rails too.
Forget about quadrants.
Okay,
let's break it into quintants. What do you reckon about quintants?
Oh, it sounds too Harry Potter to me, mate.
It sounds a bit ridiculous.
He's playing this with a touch of running side.
Yeah?
Oh, I don't like this.
No, he's good.
I don't like this.
What's wrong with this? Oh, is he lower?
You just want this white ball up another foot.
He's gonna have some.
He's just hesitant on getting through the ball a lot of the time, isn't he?
Well, it's scary, man. This is like every shot could cost you $5,000. You know, that's a lot of grand.
Well, you got to not have to think about the money or in use point of the match, mate. It shouldn't even be a factor.
Think of how many beers that is.
That's true. And he is what was he, Scottish or Irish?
Yeah, Scottish.
So, yeah,
that's all he'll be thinking about.
I'm sure beer's on his mind.
These balls will be looking like bottles of whiskey.
Well, they're yellow, so they're going to be more like beer. If they were red, they'd be Bloody Marys.
Trying to think of a whiskey with a yellow label on it.
Wow, is he playing this ball first?
Oh.
This seems crazy. given how hesitant he was on the last shot, he's got to fully commit to this and clear the black.
Yeah, the white's going crazy.
He's not committing. He's just not committing.
That could be okay.
But you've got to commit. You've got to play for 3 rails there. Is he on it?
Oh, shit.
Well, no one knows. Not even him yet.
This could be one of those thin nick on the black shots when trying to pretend you've got the angle.
If he does miss this, he's going to undercut it because he's going to be concentrating on missing the black. Although sometimes you think you've got less of it and then you overcut it thinking you're hitting enough. He's on it. Okay, we've been given confirmation he's on it. And this is why I've had so much trouble.
Paddy's known for his terrible calls.
Shots. You can't
Paddy's
tell what's
got no
going on
idea.
this angle. Tam has not even moved. He's standing right near us and says it's on. How does he know?
He's actually Tim's actually an expert in body language reading, so he knows.
What's he, Conor McGregor now all of a sudden? Well, that tells us less. All right, big shot coming up. Not only that, he's going to have to play a tough black afterwards too if he doesn't go up and down.
Unless you
and
pump
you know
it.
he's just going to drop it.
Yeah, but he's scared.
He hasn't committed to anything yet. Jeez, it looks like he is fully committing to this, you know, going up and down. Oh, he's gone the double.
That's sick.
Now, he's played for that, folks. I'm almost 100% sure he's played for that because he's hit
almost
it so hard.
100% sure.
Well, he's hit it so hard.
I'm 100% sure. I'm happy to.
Well, I'm going to give a
commit
point. I'm going to give 0.001 chance that he didn't. But what a shot under pressure. And now one more shot under pressure. And you know what, guys? I'm backing him to get this. I actually back him to get it after such a great shot. He's knowing off.
Let him manufacture
This is called hold your nerve and stay still. And it's very easy sitting here with a microphone on, but this is missable. And he's going. You know, I love watching people do this because it's an excellent calming technique where you walk around.
Look at more
end.
shit. Yeah.
Just allows you to take a couple of breaths, regulate your breathing. All the things that just little 1%ers that can make all the difference.
Commentator probably hates it. What are we hating?
I'm not sure what he's talking about there. I've enjoyed every moment of this match. Oh, I think this guy thinks I've got it in for Scotty when I don't at all.
Ah.
All right, Scott Fraser, hold your nerve, son. One good shot for a place in the quarterfinals. Oh, he's missed it. I'll tell you what, though. Look at this second prize. It's on. The red is on. I don't know why he stunned that. He stunned the white.
Yeah.
And also, if you go back and replay it, Dan, you'll see that his bridge is really long.
Yep.
And his hand is not really flat on the table.
Chin wasn't on the cue. You saw his cue sort of up and down.
There's a lot of movement there. He's a very nervous energy player, isn't he, Scott?
Really?
You can see him right now. He's like shifted side to side. He can't stay still. He's got so much adrenaline. Big shot coming up here.
Should be a time clock. Chill out, Wes.
We're enjoying this match. In that goes. He seems a bit disappointed, like he wanted it to come back a bit further. The angle looks okay from the line we have here, but he can get right up behind this. Maybe he needs to force it a little more than he wanted to.
So how are you playing this?
Well, I can't tell exactly the angle. Oh, he's got good. I reckon he's got great angle here just to play this plain ball.
Bit of droppage.
Not too much top though. You don't want this going to the side rail. That's a lovely shot. He would have, obviously, if you were going to be, he would have loved another foot to be right behind this. This shot is missable, folks. This is not easy at 7-all pressure for a chance. Look at that. That's dead straight too. That actually makes it worse.
Yeah.
Well, actually, it might be
slightly off straight where you're floating the white into the rail. That makes it easier.
I don't think anything makes it easier right now under pressure.
Interesting.
Beautiful loose grip. He's missed it,
Oh,
but he's got a safe white, a safe black.
Wow,
He's decelerated like a boss on that, and that's just pressure, folks.
I think we saw a only just one message get deleted.
Ah, well, every shot's missable under this pressure.
What you play the cut here?
No, I don't think it's cuts.
You can cut more than 90 degrees. You just got to believe.
You
Off the side rail.
There's a couple of choices. You can play the double to just past the centre.
Yep.
Which is quite risky.
Yep.
You can play the super thin cut and let the white ball run back up and try and cut the black to the side rail, to the middle of the back rail.
I think I like that shot.
Me personally, I'm horrible at super thin cuts, and I would hit a quarter ball by accident and leave it on.
It does depend how good you see. Like those are very
There
sort
is
of day
also-
dependent. Like on the day, you can be seeing them well.
You can also play the double to the left side rail, where it's not a natural double.
Yep.
And not a face cut either.
I find that's the shot I most commonly play and always mess up. So I wouldn't be playing
That's the shot I would probably play
That's your
personally
shot?
because it's a shot I'm most comfortable with, and I don't have to do as much with.
That's what it sort of depends on, isn't
They're
it?
all, you can also play the double on the black, but play to miss it and then still land on the side rail as well,
Yep.
like a snooker style shot. There's a lot of choices, but it's all about touch of pace.
Looks like he's doubling the black down here. Oh no,
Yeah,
he's
he's
played
played
your
the shot I've
He's
suggested.
played that
yeah.
well.
I think he's left a double though. That needed to be up the rail about another,
The black,
I don't know,
yep.
half a foot. Yeah, this double's on.
I see. Yeah.
So it needs to be up the rail about probably another foot actually, where there's no
Right.
face cut double and no actual double without double kiss.
So you're really playing with danger with the middle when you're playing this shot.
It's a
then,
tricky
yeah,
shot,
I
yeah.
see.
But you would have to hit it really bad to put it right over the middle, because you remember the white ball's taking over this side cushion.
Yep.
It's kind of like when the snooker players play the shot off the black spot when it's a respotted black.
Yes.
It's kind of like a variation
Similar,
of that.
yep. Right.
So
This
this
is
shot.
what dreams or nightmares are made of. Don't forget.
Oh my God, he's tripled it in.
Oh God.
Wow, what a finish to the match. And you know what, Scotty's copped it on the chin. He probably knows he's had his chance. What a great sport, actually. He's got a smile on his face. I like to see that. What a great bloke. Good on him.
It's the reason everyone loves Scotty.
Yeah, he's a good guy.
Got all these fans
I've
here.
only met him a couple of times, but from every time I've spoken to him, he's a really nice bloke.
Spewing.
And he'll learn from that.
Yep.
You know, he's disappointed now, but still be able to walk away from a smile on his face. He'll go to the bar, grab a beer, and put it behind him. All right, we're going to shut down, folks. Start up a new stream. Keep an eye out for it, probably 5 minutes or so. I'll see you back then.
Ben Hood, Joey T, table 11. Ben Hood, Joey T, table 11.